Hello,
Oi.
everyone, and
Hello.
and welcome to Dungeons and Dragons: Conquerors of Nolyn. Now, today, featuring Team Red, as they are about to go on some crazy shenanigan adventures somewhere, doing some things. These folks should be there. So, last time around in Red Team's adventures of sorts, they did stuff. My notes are so cool if you guys could read them. Team Red discovered through a series of events, fortunate and not unfortunate, that their favorite, quote unquote, enchanter Feldwing had been mind-vored. And he apparently has some contact in a faraway land who may be able to help him restore his memories. A cleric in a floating city very far, far away. However, to get to there, this party needed to acquire means of transportation. Lacking the money and the funds, they decided then to turn to a life of piracy and helping the local crime lords, quote unquote, to seek new passages, namely one northwards. Whereupon they came across a village of Yuan-Ti that were sort of stomping and blockading the passage. Not necessarily the Yuan-Ti, but Merrills that they had over there as well. And you were sent on a mission to go over there and parlay with them and try and secure passage for the Maelstrom. But you discovered that the hole is much deeper than that. You discovered that the Yuan-Ti, some of them are being subservient to a higher Yuan-Ti power, a queen that seems to subjugate all Yuan-Ti in those northern lands, and also seems to be had a portal to the Hells and were summoning Merrills through there and binding them into her bidding. You never got to meet the queen herself, but you did get to dive underwater, enter a cave infested with Yuan-Ti, and start to trash the ever-living heck out of that place. Until you freed several many Yuan-Ti, killed some Yuan-Ti and Merrill, who were bound to the queen, and also got a whole lot of loot. Then you destroyed the portal and got out of there. And on your way out, you reunited with the Maelstrom people, and you decided to try and help the Yuan-Ti people by creating a base over there where the Maelstrom can create a pirate haven of sorts for their own kind and some other pirates as well, and make sure that they now control the passage over there, or at least that they are able to come and go. In any case, this endeavor was going to take a while, and they decided to return to Redemption, take you guys back to Redemption, and Captain Amasud asked the team for a week while they shipped some resources over there, some tools and other things to make a base. The only base that they had was a relic that you guys found, a magical item in this underground temple cavern. And lastly, he did say that after this week of helping them establish themselves, Captain Amasud would invite you guys over on the Maelstrom, and you would finally set sail southwards to go visit this priest who can apparently help Feldwing recover his memories. And then you return through redemption. Managed to do a little bit of shopping as you arrived and got to replenish some items you spent in your last foray. And you decided to make a stop at Feldwing's shop to visit him. And as you were there, you were met with the realization that someone had left a message for someone in the party, namely for Nitria. And upon opening this little package, Nitria found inside of it another bread baked with little pieces of fruit into it. And a message that just said, "Help me." And that is where we're left off. So, Red Team. Any thoughts? What are you guys doing?
I'm sorry, what were you saying? In a more serious note, honestly, I have no idea what my character's doing.
I mean,
I'm sure he's forgetting what he's doing too.
hold on.
This is fair.
Nitra, I guess having gotten this will be like, I'm pretty sure this is from the dryad you told me about. And she just holds it up. What is the note written in? Is it just in common?
Good question. I don't know. It's in a language you can read, Nitra, so you get to decide which language that is.
I know when she talked to the dryad, it was in Elvish. So
It's an infernal. Quickly.
All right, it's Elvish then, is what this note is written into. And even though you don't have any recollection of this dryad having ever met this dryad or interacted with her, Nitria, just by holding this note, and there's some empathy when you hold it in your hands, and you just feel something.
Very Stockholm. I guess she feels that for, I guess, other reasons too. She has multiple motivations here. Yeah, Nitra will be like, I think I'd like to check up on this, if you guys don't mind.
I guess. I mean, I don't have much else to do for a week.
Right. This is our next mini arc.
Our next mini arc in the middle of another mini arc.
Oh,
I mean, do we even know where she is that she needs help besides the Feywild?
I think I may have an idea of how to find her. Because, I mean, if you guys don't know, I surely don't. Because she doesn't remember. She'll... God, freaking messages.
Maybe wherever we met her?
Yeah, we could trace back our route from that tree.
I also know a spell that may be able to get us a little guide. Last time I ate the bread, but I think I may have a better use for it this time. She still nibbles a little piece off of it.
If there's any left by the time you need to use it.
She'll turn to Monsieur Dildo and she'll ask, do you have herbs and like expensive herbs for magic purposes?
I believe I have some. I could sell them to you. Just give me a moment to find them. And Feldwing kind of just goes over on his shop trying to find his many little component pouches with herbs and other such things in them. And yeah, he finds them. I don't remember how much it costs. It's 10 gold
It's
pieces.
10 GP, yeah.
You get it for 5.
Yeah, we'll
Alright.
just say that using the bread as part of it counts for some of it.
Yeah. Besides,
While our satyr friend is occupied with that, I probably still remember where the book was that he used to identify the various Cypheriums is.
yes.
While he's distracted, I would like to go off and pocket that.
Sure. Zach, make a stealth check with advantage.
Double advantage. Somehow.
Oh yeah, you already have advantage. I forgot.
Yeah. Bloop.
Thanks to your nimbleness, your newfound magical item, and being incredibly small, you're able to abscond away into the corners of this tower, and within a few minutes, you find yourself climbing over some stairs, and happening upon a room filled with many things, and then tucked under a table, you do find a book with many magical annotations and secrets, most of which is written, if I'm not mistaken, in Sylvan. But indeed, that is the item Feldwang was using to identify several things. And I imagine you pocket it.
Yes.
Alright, you do so.
That way, I mean, he doesn't know he has it anymore. And it's useful so we don't have to go to him every time.
Well, you also did just, he also did made inventory of things. But anyway, the book weighs 5 pounds. So you can write that down.
Okay.
Because there's a specific book is 5 pounds.
Okay. Cool beans. 5-pound book.
Ujuk, as you go around town trying to find things, you do find all the alchemist fire and acid flasks. If that is the price for them, then yeah, you find them all for, well, you buy them using the guild discount for 130 gold pieces. Did you write that down?
Okay. Or 14 plat. Yep.
So, after Feldwing comes back with some herbs, totally not realizing that some of his belongings are missing. He hands it to you, Nitria, as you hand him the 5 gold pieces. And he just looks at all of you and says, I don't know. Why is it that you are helping me, though? Why do you do that?
Because you give us magic stuff?
Yeah, it's one hell of a pusher.
I suppose. And then he just kind of nods to you all and goes back to mine other things that he has. And pretty much dismisses you, unless you guys have any other things you wanna treat.
I tried to look if he has a pair of bracers of defense.
Alright, let me just look them up on D&D Beyond, because I don't remember what they are. Rarity-wise, that is.
Oh, just gonna say you don't
they should be
know
rare.
really. Yeah.
Yes, they are rare, indeed. Wow, +2 to AC, holy shit. That's so good.
Yeah, and I'm pretty much the only one that can actually use them because they work without armor nor shield.
Buying a magic item. He has them, apparently. Where in the world am I writing prices for magical items?
Been having us roll them.
Yeah, but some of them I'm writing down in case you guys ask for them in the future. Fuck it. You probably never asked for this before, so that's why I don't buy anything. So braces of defense, they are rare. I would like
I
you.
asked for it before, but sure.
I would like you.
Anyway.
Hauser to roll 2d10.
Okay.
2 twos, 2 twos. Oh, that's not bad at all. Oh wait, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah, I think
I
that's
misread
about what
that.
I rolled last time.
Oh no.
Yeah, zeros are bad.
So that's 16 times 1,000. That's 16,000 gold pieces.
Yep, that's why
Yeah.
I didn't get them.
Yeah, well, never mind.
Maybe I should roll for it and see if I can get us two ones.
Yeah.
In
Close your eyes and pretend you're rolling for initiative.
I have a thing to help with that now. Finally.
So, what was it? Oh yeah, you have guild discount theoretically. So the actual price would be 13,600.
That makes it so much more affordable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doug.
Now it's pretty much a bargain.
I mean, if you were 3,000 gold short, now you have it. Or rather, you can have it. I don't know. By the way, you did find magical items in the dungeon, which you could sell.
We have sold.
We did sell. That's why we have so much fucking money right now. Just not quite that much. So much fucking money.
I mean, what was it? 16,000? Yeah, no, we have 10,000 at most.
We have 1,097 platinum.
Yeah, that's 10,000 gold.
Yeah.
So
Not counting the 3 I'm still holding on to after my little shopping spree just now.
300 platinum or just 3 platinum?
I have 3 singular.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can always make a big pot for the bracers of defense. I mean, 30 gold. is already 30 gold towards that big goal.
I mean, we're looking at the bag of holding, which is a big pot at the moment.
Yes, we put all of our gold except for Ojuk, who kept a few coins for himself. Like, all of the party's gold is in the bag of holding, and that's how much we have.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. I think from a meta perspective, I don't think an item like this exists, but I may as well ask just in case. Any magic items that help with initiative?
Man, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
I'd say anything that helps with dexterity, but there's like 2 of those in existence.
Well, Nitria already has pretty good dexterity, and anything that boosts her ability scores would be pretty obscene.
Yeah, you can go and look around on the what's it called? On D&D Beyond. If you find something, let me know. But from the top of my head, I have no idea. I don't know.
I tried doing a general Google search, and it's a lot of people going, "Does it exist?" and other people going, "I don't know." You know, the not helpful answers type thing.
There is a rod of alertness. I'm wondering if a ring of it or something along that line is a thing.
I don't know. It's fine. I have a spell to help with that now, but I mean, from what you guys have seen, Nitria can use any fucking help she can get. But yeah, we could do
I was muted. There's a Sentinel Shield, which gives you advantage on initiative rolls and perception checks. Wisdom.
that would be nice, except for the fact that it's a shield.
Yeah.
But
So just strap it to your back and never use it.
I think you have to be wielding
Yeah,
shield.
I have to be holding the shield.
Okay. I'm holding it onto my back with some leather.
But no. Also, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and redact what I just said. Controversial, I know, but I don't want to keep track of price of items. And you guys always ask for items, and I just don't want to keep track of it. So instead of rolling for prices, I'll just use the average roll for dice. So the average roll for 2d10 is 11.
11, which is still too high.
I can live with that.
But with the guild discount, 11.
Addition. So.
That's 9,350 gold.
I mean, we can afford it, but at what cost?
Like all of our gold.
9,350 gold.
I mean, ultimately, if Halsar really wants to have, I mean, +2 AC is very valuable. It's pretty worth it from a gold cost perspective, in my opinion. I don't know how the party in general feels about it, just because it is basically all of our gold.
Halsar already has significant AC. I mean, if it was the squishiest person, I would say okay. I wouldn't feel good about it, but I'd say it.
At the same time, though, having the party tank be impossible to hit.
Yeah.
Physically, yes.
Emotionally.
I think he's got beer for that.
I
Magically,
mean,
that's
that
what I
hits
was
pretty
thinking
deep.
of.
Yeah, putting Halsar up to 20 AC with the rage damage mitigation could make him very
Immortal.
effective. Also, how the fuck does Rav have higher AC than Nitria?
Your AC
Mage
is
armor?
at a 17 now, right, Rev?
Yep, it's 16 plus the cloak. Or whatever it is.
And Nitria has 15 plus the cloak. Do Dragonborn have the natural armor thing?
I do with a feat.
Nah,
Oh, okay.
Fair
Doug,
enough.
if I went around town for a bit with locate plants, looking for medical herbs, would I find any? Enough for how many potions? Question mark.
I did say last session that it's pretty much the end of the day by the time you guys return.
Yeah, I think you already did this check, didn't you?
Oh, I wanted to.
So yeah, it's
I don't think you did though.
It's already like the end of the day. It's pushing into nighttime. I mean, you can do it if you would like, but you won't get to make potions. You will still have to spend another day in the future to make potions.
Okay.
You will just be getting the herbs.
Okay, we can do that. Collecting herbs for before bed. How relaxing.
Right.
Make sure to get 11 varieties and some spices.
If I get lucky.
Well, from what I am finding, there is no initiative-based magic items, but that's okay. I will just hope that Timora changes her mind at some point.
I mean, there's a shield that increases your initiative.
That I can't use a shield. I mean, I technically can, but I would lose like half my abilities.
I didn't say it was useful, I just said it exists.
Just carry it while wandering around, and then the moment battle starts, toss it as a free action.
You actually can't do that with shields. I specifically try that in my other game, and it takes time to doff a shield, basically. You can't just toss it.
Yeah, it's one action shoot.
It's dumb. It's held enough to interfere with somatic components, but apparently not held enough for you to just let go of it.
I mean, theoretically, it's strapped to your wrists. That's how you hold a shield.
Which arises the question: how does it interfere with somatic components? But yeah,
Because to brace the shield, you also have to hold it with your hand.
Yeah, I mean, the shield is big. You cannot really turn around your arm nimbly enough to do all the gestural components. Because I imagine that most of somatic components is pretty much you doing a little bit of a dance, and if there's a shield in the way, you're probably gonna hit yourself. Well, not a dance, but it's still.
That's why.
I mean, Burning Hands is essentially weaponized jazz hands. So this checks out.
Oh wait.
Put your thumbs together, spread your fingers, and push C.
Yeah. But yeah, do we want to, now that Ojuk's gone and gathered his herbs, do we want to just basically hit the hay and pursue tomorrow? Do we want to get Halser those bracers?
Well, we need 3,000 more gold, so I'd say we have an adventure before we can afford that.
No, we have enough to afford it.
Doug is recalculating.
Okay,
But
so I missed
it
that.
it is all of our money, essentially.
Yeah, it would be. Doug, you said it was like 9,000, right?
Yeah, 9,350 gold pieces.
We'll
Yeah.
have less than 100. Actually,
Well,
we'll have.
The question is there anything more important that we need to get?
Yeah, that was kind of my mindset, was I don't think there really is. So, I'm for
plus-
getting Halser better AC.
I mean, the hoarder in me says that we should have like twice the amount of gold before we spend it.
Yeah, that's my real life mentality, but just in game, I don't think there's anything more we're going to want to spend that gold on, and we're still going to have enough gold to afford like basic things.
I mean, Alcer is not much of a gold counter, so from his point of view, it's better to have things than gold.
Clearly, you are not a kobold or a dragon.
But yeah, it would leave us with about hold on, minus 95. It would leave us with about 162 gold afterwards. So a big hit in the scope of our party's budget, but still a lot more gold than the average group of people has.
So
It's only
yeah.
16 platinum pieces.
Only 16.
Plus, we will get all the inestimable value of friendship.
Also, we could convert it all to copper, and Zach could still have the satisfaction.
It's like not even
You
tried.
don't,
So,
you don't want to sleep up by the copper. It's got to be silver or better.
so
I mean,
basically, we
still
keep
on silver.
1,000 platinum as a kobold litter box.
Oh no.
Oh man.
It's more like a cat basket, but sure.
But yeah, I'm personally in favor of getting Closer to the Bracers. Just because having the tank be more obscenely tanky is usually infuriating for the DM and good for the players.
It just
And
means the DM will target other people instead.
Well, either case, the tank will be tankful.
Oh, neat.
Alright. I'll give it an eye too.
You give a what?
So he gives it an I. So we have Halser, myself, and Ojuk. Go for it.
That's more than half the party. What are your thoughts, Ravrov? And Kobold? I mean, Zach?
But the money.
Yeah,
Shinies.
Zach must be in his my precious face.
Come on, Gollum, it's for the good of the party.
So clearly Zach will climb into the bag of holding and hiss at people who try and grab money. Oh god, that's terrifying.
Neutral just like hold it upside down, shake him out.
No.
Come on, party rules. We'll get more money, I guess. I hope. Maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
the way I see it is it leaves us with 162 gold is a very small amount of what we have right now, but it is still plenty to afford. Like other things we want to
Can
get,
cover
like if
all
Ojuk
the-
needs to get ammunition type things, or if somebody needs to, have spell components and stuff. Like it's still enough to get things.
I mean, it's useful and I can't really complain.
My obsession with explosive containers.
I mean, that's at least useful. Looks pretty.
So
I mean, go
think-
for it.
Okay. So
Okay. Then
yeah,
we
let's-
go for it.
let's go for it. I will subtract things. We now have 162 platinum.
Yeah, that was 935 platinum
Oh,
you just spent, but
wait, hold on. Yeah. Oh, I was wrong. We still have 1,620 gold. So yeah, we're fine.
Never mind.
that's a lot of money.
Zach is fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Zach,
I
Yeah.
I was using the platinum amount without converting it to gold. So I was telling you guys gold when it was actually platinum. So yeah, we have 162 platinum. Yeah, that was me. Still morning brain is speeding up, but not totally there yet.
It's alright. You do that, and Hauser, you get a couple brand new bracers of defense, which you immediately strap onto your wrists, and you flex them, and it just feels great knowing that. I don't know how the magic in these items work, but I imagine it's something like Wonder Woman or something.
Yeah,
It's pleasing and tingling, and it smells of survival.
and it means that bullets don't distractingly bounce off of his pecs or something. Like that comic.
It makes his
However-
forearms look beefier. It enhances.
However, it is an attunement item, so you need to be attuned to them. And if you guys
Yep.
will remember the rules, you can only attune up to 3 items.
It's my second one.
There you go.
Yeah,
To
awesome.
make
I don't know if Founder has any way to tell which items are attunement items and how many attuned items.
I
they
see a
turn
special
pink.
color. Yeah, they have a pink background behind them.
Yeah, it does have an attuned icon, but I'm not sure if it counts them.
Oh, okay.
It does not count them.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
So you
but that's
you
pretty easy to keep
just
track.
have to keep track of them, which is, again, easy. You just see how many ones have a different background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for some
So-
reason, it's not accounting the extra armor class.
Let me see if I can fix that for you.
If they're in your sheet, then they need to be out of the bag of holding.
Oh, they are in my sheet now. I moved
Okay, I'll
them.
take them out of the bag because that's where they are right now.
Wait, can you not manually edit your armor class?
No, when
You
there are certain items you cannot. But I'm already looking into that. Just give me a small tiny second.
Oh.
Yeah, I can do the edit myself, no problem.
Yeah, I just updated my armor class because for some reason it said 13. Which is... I'm pretty sure that doesn't even... Oh, it didn't. That's without my armor or my cloak. Yeah, so... Foundry is kind of...
Oh,
bad.
I think
Bad.
Oh, okay, there you go.
we did them both, so yeah, fix it.
Oh no, we both did it. Now your AC is 22.
Yeah. I removed
That's-
mine, no problem. So I would be fine with AC 22.
Oh no, I will not. 22 plus 2 from your shield, 24. Nothing will hit you.
You can't use a shield while using the.
Yeah, my
Gauntlets.
great axe is removing the
That too.
shield.
Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah,
right.
the bracers are essentially a shield.
Yep, that's pretty much why I wanted them.
Okay.
So I wanted them too.
So you have a shield you will never ever use again. Fair enough.
Well, yeah, I guess.
But now at least you have the highest AC in this party. And
Wait. Doesn't a shield give 2 to AC? So you got rid of a shield, but put on an item that...
I could not hold the shield because my weapon is two-handed.
Oh, okay. I was a little confused by that. I'm like, did we just pay like $9,000 for a shield replacement?
I mean, it'd be fine in that case because then I'd just take it. Because I don't wear armor either.
Well, yeah. So we did that. Do we want to do a passing of the out and go onward with new magic and fun?
Sure.
Sure.
As a tax for your reckless spending habits, though, I will claim the bag of holding for myself. And as a bed, because it has money in it.
It's okay. I'll say Nitria hands it off to you.
Are we gonna do anything like some short drinks before bed, or just straight to bed? I'll be asking this. I walk back in, arm loaded down with who knows what for weird plants.
I mean, Nitria wouldn't be opposed to chaperoning. Is what she usually ends up doing.
By the way, I'm actually selling the shield for 5 gold.
It's a generic shield.
Yeah, it's a generic shield. Unless somebody wants it.
So does this mean that the party kobold is gonna be keeping track of the bag stuff now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
so You all buy the Bracers of Defense, and after spending about 90% of your money, you then decide to retire for the night. Is that what I'm gathering?
Yeah, that's the plan.
All right. So
I'm getting crazy drunk.
okay.
Nitria does do her ritual thing before she goes to bed.
So the party then, as a group, kind of makes their way back towards the center-ish of town. To seek other little tiny endeavors here and there. Mostly stopping at the Ancient Dragon Tavern to get shit-faced drunk, as always.
Well, various levels from comfortably drunk to stumbling, falling over drunk.
Yeah. of
To
course.
waking up the next day wondering how I got here drunk.
Yeah, it's the I don't remember the last night type of drunk.
Whereas Ojuk is out catching plants, right?
I hope I make it back for drinks, but maybe. It's up to you how long it takes. I mean, I did have the spell to help me find them.
No, yeah, but what I meant to say is that it's the whole crafting of potions endeavor normally takes the whole day.
Oh, I'm not crafting them tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely not.
Because you don't have the time to. But if you're already like searching for plants to cut down on costs, you're probably spending the rest of the evening, as in you're going to gather plants, and as soon as you're done, you're going straight to bed.
Yep, gotta find out which bed. That's all.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Drunkenly find yourself in a boat.
So
Well, let's hope there's a pirate in it again.
you do that, Ojuk. You spend the evening gathering plants for several hours until you realize that you're incredibly tired. And you decide to seek where to go for the night, and I imagine you go to the docks.
Well, I know the party's in town, and if they follow their normal thing, I mean, Halsey will be drinking till he passes out, so I think I'd head to the bar.
Okay.
And Nitria will do her I drink a single glass of wine while chaperoning Halser.
All right. You do.
Watching over him in wrath, and then before she'd probably go down to the docks because now she knows she has a good place there.
Yeah, Rav isn't really getting drunk tonight, but he'll still go back with Halser.
Sure. So, when you return to the bar, Ojuk, you do find that everyone is there, including Zach, I hope?
I guess.
Or are you doing something else, Zach?
I'm either at the bar or I'm in my room doing science.
Okay.
Sipping a shot and playing with blood. Let's hope he doesn't mix them up.
So, yeah, you...
Bloody Marys, let's go.
You all then just gather around, have a evening of revelry. However, by the time you do come back, Ojuk, everyone's already, well, everyone, by everyone I mean Halser, is already very drunk and many drinks into it already. So go ahead and discount 1 gold piece from all the drinking you did.
I'll see if I can nab a mug that he's not finished. Maybe just intercept one as it's brought to him.
Sure. I guess.
Should I roll dexterity or something?
I think that'd be sleight of hand.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are you stealing people's drinks? How rude.
I've done it before. It's fun.
It really depends on Halser on this one, because definitely Halser probably notices that he's waiting for drinks and drinks don't come his way, and suddenly Ujuk is there. You guys have been together for a while, so it's really up to whether Halser or not is bothered by it or not.
Oh, it's all fine. We're full of gold. There is beer for everybody.
So I grab a drink and lean on his side, and apparently he's cool with it. He just gets the next one.
Yeah, sure. It's fine. And actually, right now I'm very busy trying to argue, being completely drunk, that female kobolds probably look like giant sacks of money, which would explain why they're so attracted to big sacks of money.
What look like big sacks of money?
Female
That didn't make any
kobolds.
Female
sense.
kobolds.
That's sexist.
Oh.
I'm not sure if that's sexist or racist, to be quite honest.
Both.
It's both. It's a power combo.
Yeah, it's powerful drunken talk.
And while the most sober members in the party are not entirely sure that they want in on this argument, there's many other people in the bar who are giving their 2 cents very loudly about that. Some people agreeing, some people disagreeing, but mostly people just shouting one over another on what do they think of female kobolds, and the discussion just goes on for quite a while until most people are just too drunk to even properly stand up straight, and a whole lot of them just start passing out. Some of them decide to leave the bar and wander off into the city, and the group goes to their own places for the evening.
Rav, you want help carrying Halser to bed?
Sure.
Night, Zach. Don't stipulate playing with blood.
90s.
You can't tell me what to do.
It's a suggestion. Only a helpful suggestion.
You're not my real dad.
I guess they dragged me before I can actually ask Zach what is his opinion on the argument.
Probably.
I'm not sure if Zach wants to give you an answer, to be honest.
Yeah, Nitro, she'll interject a bit, just be like, something tells me that's a question you don't want to answer.
So eventually, Ravarov and Ujuk help Halser, who's still both in his state of drunkenness, kind of swaying from one side to another, but also kind of very proudly, kind of with his arms outstretched in a manner as in to sort of really get the feeling for his new bracers, and kind of trying to keep his arms outstretched in a way to sort of show it to you guys, and which makes grabbing him even harder than normal. But after a few tumbles here and there, you eventually manage to drag Halser away for a evening of rest. Nitria, you eventually then, after you see that everyone is alright, quote unquote, and taken care of, you go do your ritual things, I imagine.
Yeah.
Alright.
She summons herself a very pretty owl.
So, using some of the herbs you got from Feldwang and also portions of the bread.
Yeah, she probably ate like half of it. It's good bread.
And the remainder of the bread, you just kind of start to crumple it up into little bread crumbs and toss them into the mix of herbs and plants and incense, and you start to burn it all off. And as it does, it it creates a very dense plume of smoke that just kind of hovers over the little basin where you're burning all of these things, performing the ritual. And after the ritual is complete, this plume of smoke disperses, and from inside of it, you see this very this bright golden owl jumping off of it, flapping its wings and flying around you a couple times before landing on your shoulder.
Nitra pets him. She's like, "Hi, friend. I'll think of a name for you later."
And thus begin the story of the unnamed owl.
Yeah, named Owl.
And the owl does kind of looks at you and nods. Seems very, very keen to be there by your side. One could even say happy with the prospect. But every once in a while, you do see that the owl sort of looks into the distance towards one of the windows and just kind of longingly looks towards a direction.
Oh, that's what she was hoping for. So, in the morning.
In the morning. And also, Zach. Ignoring your friend's advice, you do play with blood.
Yes.
You go to your room and start trying to decipher Feldwang's book of magic stuff, along with all the other things you have, some dragon's blood and other such things, and you make a breakthrough. Finally, after so many alchemical study, you discover that you can indeed make a alchemical concoction suited for you and you only, which you can which you can make using gold, of course, and to give you an edge in combat, so to speak. So this is not a feature. I'm just gonna rapid fire rules at you, and I hope you're writing them down.
Okay, give me one moment to get my ruled writing book down.
You just need pen and paper. So
Yep.
the gist of it is you can make concoctions during a long rest. So it would be 50 gold pieces to make a minor potion of dragon enhancement, and 100 gold pieces to make a potion of major dragon enhancement. What it does is you can only use either one once per long rest. So after you use it, you can't use it anymore until you, after a long rest, give your system some time to flush all these chemicals out of your system. But what the minor one does is that it enlarges you for 1 hour, making you, pretty much giving you the effects of a enlarged person.
Cool.
The major one, the minor one does that for 1 hour. You grow into a big kobold man.
Yay.
And the major one does the same thing, except that you get the benefits of enlarged person twice. I know the rules don't work like that, but you get the benefits twice, so you grow to large size, sorry. But it only lasts for 1 minute.
Okay. Exciting.
So yeah, after some alchemical experimentation, some mad science, as they call it, and of course playing with blood, you make these delicious breakthroughs in your long career of being an alchemist. and a wizard of sorts. Witch knight, if anything.
Mad scientist.
Pretty much. And then you happily go to bed, laying on top of the bag of holding for the night, happy with this new breakthrough in, well, this breakthrough in your goal. Goals.
Is he on top of it, or is it like a sleeping bag?
I've imagined it as a sleeping bag.
Yeah. With just a kobold head poking out of a bag.
And thus, all of you benefit from a long rest.
Yay.
Not that you guys were hurt or anything, I don't think.
No, I think we already got a long rest from the journey too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all of you wake up and get around at the Ancient Dragon Tavern in the morning, and you decide then to get together as a party to discuss what's going to be your next step for the next week, as you have a whole lot of time to kill.
Oh. Nitria now has an antsy owl on her shoulder.
And Zach rides in on something.
What is he riding on?
So, other ways of playing with blood is Zach has now left his room with a draconic-looking steed because he has cast Find Steed.
Nice.
I completely forgot about that.
Yep. So,
Nitria's like, you look so majestic, Zach.
thank you.
However, the people at the tavern quickly start to shoo you off from the tavern with your steed. They are incredibly confused, even as it somehow ended up on your room without anyone noticing. But they are now apparently unpleased with it and trying to get you to just leave the tavern with your steed and leave it outside.
He's house trained, it's fine.
Cobalt, you mind if I grab the purple kit from the bag of holding? Sticking it in there wasn't the brightest idea I had.
Yeah. Go for it. Fine, he sits outside the door like a...
Good
I'm
boy.
gonna say dog, but a cat is better.
Yeah.
Sits outside with its feet, paws, things together with its lizard tail wrapped around its paws.
So it's like a big monitor lizard.
I'll
Kind
try
of.
to be spending my week between hitting the temple of all things and figuring out which herbal shop or alchemy shop I'll be going to make potions.
It is a blue drake of some sort.
Is today going to be a day of downtime for you guys then?
Do we really need it? Other than, I know
I mean, we
Ocean
can make more
needs time to
potions.
make potions, yeah.
All the potions. I mean, we have a week before we need to go on a boat, and probably want to go to Fairyland.
True, but it's easier to measure time if we don't go to the Feywild.
Yes.
I think my plan to make us a little guide went well, so at least we can maybe be in and out faster.
That'd be good. So, day one, do we want to make 2 to 3 potions? And people can opt to work somewhere if they want.
Yeah. Nitria isn't super good for working, so she'd probably be better helping off making the potions.
Well, I mean, you could go work on Tajokwe.
Geekity geekity. We could probably chill with her while we make potions, because the boat is apparently a fairly safe space for us, at least for Nitria while Tajakwe's there.
Wait. Come again? What did you just say?
That we could make things while we're hiding out on the boat.
Unfortunately, no, because the boat is not there.
Oh,
They are bringing people and supplies back and forth.
They're busy for a week.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, never mind then. Yeah, we'll just make potions wherever the hell we make potions. And I guess we shall wait on Fairyland. Waiting for Fairyland till after we make potions is probably a decent idea anyway.
And as for me, I guess it's box moving time.
So we do that, and
Rav is going to go out and spend another 130 gold. Ish. Not accounting for discounts.
Wait, what? Doing what? Come again?
He's going shopping.
Rav is, if we're spending a downtime day, Rav is going to go purchase some incense and a viol.
Alright. Just a second, let me just write something down here real quick. Trip with Maelstrom. That's on the 2nd of next month.
okay. Doesn't keep track of days anyway, but
Poor Nidra, she just kind of looks confused to the sky, not knowing what day it is.
no, I think more like, I mean, that's pretty reflective of my real life self. I hardly ever know what day it is, but no, it's more of like she's just counting the days. Like, oh, we'll be back in a week. She's like, okay, so I'll just know days, the number of days.
I will count the days that we are apart.
Yeah, basically.
Well,
But she literally counts them with numbers, not by day.
Yeah, no, and that's what I do in real life too. So I don't make plans more than a week ahead.
well, to be fair enough, it is Fantasy Tuesday. Also called...
It's also Real World Tuesday.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Also called a Darna Day, but in any case. So you guys then take off to your downtime working shenanigans.
Atria sends her out with Raph. She's not observing, she's just leaving them with him.
Leaving your owl with Revrov?
Yeah, just to follow him around.
Okay,
Just in case, like, scary things happen, basically.
sure. So, Nitria, Ojuk, and Zach are going to be making potions today, right?
Makes sense.
Okay. So, each one of you make one potion. Normal potion of healing. I will say that all 3 potions that you make comes for a total of 10 gold pieces.
Nice, nice.
Okay, I shall mark off 10 gold in our funding.
You guys can
I'm not
decide
sure if
you guys can decide how who gets which potion. But in the meantime, Halser, you go back to the docks to bring boxes along places. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay.
Natural one. Oh.
Damn it.
No, but close. So according to the rules, a 9 or lower gives you fuck all for money. Let me see. Where is the money you guys get per day? It's not in this book, it's in the other book. That's
You
not
get enough to buy a lemon head.
This is what happens when you drink and then get worn out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was distracted all day because I remember that yesterday night I said something very smart, but I can't remember it.
Oh, jeez.
And then you realize you have 9, and then you just get 900 platinum for some reason.
No, you get 2 silver pieces for your day's work. People are very confused as they see you very sluggishly and lethargically working today, Halser, and they're very confused because they know you from your work previous times, and although they don't do anything really about it, but all these familiar faces by the docks, they kind of just come over to you, and they you see people you have never talked to before just come to you and say, "Hey, Halser, are you alright? You seem a little down. Is everything going on? Are you okay?" And people just seem very concerned, and they keep asking you, which distracts you even further from work. But yeah, you get a 2 silver piece for a day's work.
Fine. But I'm sure I was thinking something so smart yesterday. Damn it.
Quick thing of note to Ojuk. Do you maybe want to make good berries before we go to bed tonight, so we have our revival stock?
And I didn't actually click my wrist.
And on top of that, Ravrov, you pick some money from the bag of holding after a whole lot of arguing with Zach to allow you to do that. And then what do?
I am going out to buy some expensive incense and a viol.
And a what?
It's like a violin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, a
It's
viol.
the
I know the thing. I just didn't hear what he said.
Yeah. Fair enough. You do find a vial, however you pronounce it, for sale. In fact, instead of getting a second-hand one, you decide to indulge yourself a little bit and buy it for the full, and buy a brand new one. It's very lovely. And you also buy your incenses for 10 gold pieces. Yeah. And then what do you do with all those things, Ravrov?
I head back to my room and I start practicing with said viol for a little bit.
Okay. And thus, the remainder of the day goes by with pretty much that. That didn't take too long, so if there's anything else you want to do for the day. Such as work. Or helping your friends making potions, or any other little endeavors you can do in downtime. Or you can always go carousing, that's a thing too.
Well, he's banned from the docks, I know that much. At least working there.
Party-wise, we have a crap ton of money. And I have no proficiency in making potions at all.
You can work using athletics. Athletics acrobatics, charisma performance, charisma using a musical instrument if you have proficiency in that, or intelligence using a set of tools that you're proficient with.
You could perform in the tavern.
Rav does not feel like he has knocked enough rust off his skills in order to do that. So he is just going to go back and practice in his room, and yeah.
All right, you do enjoy a very relaxing day of downtime. Then, just indulging really in allowing yourself to rest and to be lazy for a little bit. And by golly, it feels amazing to allow yourself to relax after all the harrowing close encounters you all had a few days ago in several fathoms underwater and fighting snake people on foreign lands. It's been crazy, and it's back to being civilization once again, where you can just sit down and rest and know that you're not going to be attacked or jumped by anyone. And you do so. And thus, the day goes by, unless there's something anyone else wants to do for the evening.
I want to go to the temple before I go to the tavern.
Alright, you go to the Temple of Gaffadur, which is here.
Is the guild discount 5% or 10% or 20% or 300%?
Depends on what you're doing. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm trying to figure out the amount of money that Ravroth has spent.
For the material components, that's 10 gold pieces times 25% discount, so that's 7.5 plus the vial. How much does vial cost?
The incense has to be at least 100 gold worth, and then the viol costs 30 gold.
Wait, incense for what?
I mean, if I'm remembering the frickin'
Find familiar.
That's 10.
10?
10 gold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I spent 40 gold total minus the discount. So 7, and then viol is 30.
So yeah, for consumables, the discount is a little bit greater. But in total, you pay only 30 gold for all the things, the vial and the incense.
At the temple, I plot to just talk to clerics and acolytes for a bit, and then head to the tavern.
You find a tiefling in the temple, that looks way more intense than any other tiefling you have ever seen in your life, if you have ever seen any in your life. Ujuk. This tiefling, he has very going according to the description in D&D Beyond. I don't know in which book they are, but he's more akin to a feral tiefling with much larger horns, hooved feet, and much more accentuated features here and there, such as his nose and a much longer tail that looks a little bit spiny here and there. But when he approaches you and speaks, you sense a calm in his voice, and he welcomes you.
Must resist not to swoon.
Hello, my child. Welcome to the Temple of Gaffadur. I don't believe I've seen you here before.
No, still fairly new in town. Just got back from traveling over on a boat overseas, even.
We see a lot of those there's many people who come to this land seeking adventure and find all sorts of hardships. Regardless, feel free to come in whenever you want, my child. And I hope that Our Lady of Gaffador watches over you and protects you from the evils of this world. Come, come. And he steps aside and extends his arms to let you in on the temple.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna carefully look around and ask him different things about the shrine for a bit.
And he goes telling you and showing you things. Have a little bit of a conversation. You find out that he is the spiritual leader here of the people in this town. You find that Gaffador, the Lady of the Hunt, she's the primarily worshipped deity, Almighty, in Redemption, which is a religion that was also brought forth with the Hunters Guild for obvious reasons, and then they established here, and because there's so many people who go out into the woods to explore things and deal with wilderness, there's a whole lot of people who already innately worship her. And he teaches you about some things. You discover that he is also a cleric of Gaffador, who helps people, healing them and providing guidance and other such things. And pretty much trying to help the community as a whole. And I imagine the two of you do all manner of conversations for the evening. Or rather for the day, as you are there. Oh yeah, no, yeah, for the evening. This is after everything.
Odd character question. Should I list Gaffador as my deity?
Fuck, fine now.
If you're a cleric, yes.
50. I don't really recall how 5th edition works, but yeah, you should probably have a deity, and I mean, there's no other deity that kind of makes a whole lot of sense for you here other than Gaffador yourself, but there are others if you want me to list them.
No, this works.
Isn't Gaffador also like family and community and stuff?
Sorta, yeah. There's also Pasperon, the Lady of Unity and Society. But normally,
I don't think that fits.
But normally, Pasperon is more so worshipped in big, large cities, actual metropolises, and not in frontier cities like Redemption.
Isn't she also like, she's like luck and trade, right? So she's more of like a con. Am I thinking Pasperon?
Maybe, but that's like a very minor aspect of like travel and roads, trade, and such. But mostly unity and society. But sure, you can go ahead and list Gaffador as your deity, your almighty, the one you worship.
I think how it works for clerics is they always have a deity unless they come from a realm that doesn't really have deities.
Oh yeah, that is right. Clerics need to have a deity because they have a ability that they need to channel in on their deity, and you need to have one to channel it in. So there you go. Okay, fair enough.
She's not normally a war goddess, but I think one can say that the hunt's close enough to war, sort of.
There is a war goddess, right, Doug? Isn't that Yabarog?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Look at me, it's like the only thing I actually know any shit about.
Where is it? There's a whole document with those things. Here, found it. There's Yabarag is the goddess of ambition, fire, confidence, might, tyranny, and zeal. War. Who is War in here?
I don't know, but I just discovered Gaffeter also has a domain of pain that could work.
Kinky.
Where in the world are you looking this up, Leo? In the wiki or?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is right. There is the domain of pain. Oh yeah, yeah, that is right. These are Pathfinder domains, hence why we're not finding the war domain here. Look at me being being a silly boy. But anyway, yeah. Sure. It works. So, as Father Azim, the Tiefling, explains to you a little bit more about Gaffeder and the whole religion and everything, you pay close attention to everything that he's saying as you spend the evening really getting acquainted with all of this.
And trying not to pay too closely attention to him.
Trying your best, yeah. This would be the opposite of a perception check, I imagine. There are no such things, though.
It can still be a perception check. It's trying to perceive the things that aren't him.
True.
An obliviousness check.
Self-control check. It's a wisdom saving throw.
In any case, the evening goes by and you, Juk, you stay there and learn quite a lot.
After learning quite a lot, I think I'll escape, because if I stay there, I'm definitely gonna do stuff that shouldn't happen at a temple.
Defile the temple.
Back to the end. Back to the safety of the end.
Can you do so? As does everyone else, I imagine. Go back to the inn, unless I have other stuff you wanted to do for the evening.
Other than Ichiro would probably ask Sojuk to make the berries again for our adventuring tomorrow.
Alright, will do. Take a look at this.
We don't exactly need a shit ton, just a few for each person to hold on to get people back up.
I can make 60 of them.
Hooray!
I mean, if you're not using the slots for anything else. So should we just divide them amongst us so we're
With
each
that many, I
holding
think
them?
so.
Yeah, so I mean
12 apiece.
yeah. And that's plenty to I mean, if somebody falls more than 12 times, they probably shouldn't be alive anymore.
Wait, are you making 60 good berries?
Yeah, I'm gonna exhaust my spell slots tonight.
Okay, so everyone gets 12 good berries to hold. So, then the evening comes, all of you guys gather around, once again, probably rejoice in some revelry, drinking some more, as you seem so keen on doing. And for the whole day, as you guys were brewing potions and working and such, Reverov, you did notice that no, even though you were just enjoying some quiet and solitude in the room, just playing your musical instruments, trying to get back into the rope of it. Something you learned forever ago, maybe. You're not entirely sure if you really even learned ever how to play an instrument, but as you pick it up and start to play, it seems to come back to you some knowledge you didn't know you had. And you wonder if it's something else that has been taken from you, and what else might have been taken from you. Maybe you have all manner of skills that you once possessed, all manner of things you knew how to do and you no longer know. And it kind of fills you with a little sense of some sadness in thinking that. But then you notice that this owl, unnamed owl that Nitria left with you to watch over you, seems more concerned with watching over the window at some place in the distance rather than really keeping an eye out on you, and it seems almost to be yearning for something.
I'll go over and see if I can't see what it's looking at.
You cannot quite see what it is looking at, but it seems to be looking at a specific direction. Seems to be trying to look eastwards, over the river and beyond, but not quite eastward, but like southeast-ish.
Into a forest.
Pretty much into the forest, but not quite in the direction you remember taking to go to the Feywild. Seemingly much further south than that.
New places.
I will pack up the viol, offer the owl my arm, and try to get it to direct me on where it wants to go as I leave the inn.
Eventually, as you start to follow the owl Ravroff, you get out of Redemption and all the way over to the last few buildings before you get to the bridge that crosses back into the road further away, where you know there are no other buildings, no other anything, and the direction that the owl seems to be looking doesn't seem to be quite anywhere near where you are, and you imagine that it wouldn't be something. It isn't incredibly close, but you decide to try and look a little bit further just to make sense of where the owl is trying to direct you.
Yeah, I stop right about here and just get my bearings on where it's looking before I head back.
Alright, make a perception check with disadvantage. Because we're very far away. Well then. You see in the distance what appears to be a few kobolds who seem to be fishing further along the river with their little spears, trying to get some fishes. And you watch over them, and it seems like the owl is looking in their direction, but not necessarily at them. Then you keep watching for a moment, and you don't know why exactly, but you get a sense of dread every time the kobolds get a little bit too close to the water, and every time they do, they kind of are almost stepping into the water. The owl clutches your shoulders, or rather your arm, a little bit harder with its talons. But whenever the kobolds, they kind of almost slip into the water, but don't quite, and then they regain their balance and take a few steps back. It seems to relax, and it seems very apprehensive that these kobolds are close to water. And you keep watching them for a while until the kobold seems to get a few enough fish, put it in their baskets and start wandering off into back towards the road and into some other direction. And even when the kobolds finish fishing and start to walk away, you notice that the owl keeps looking at that direction, at the river where they were. And you imagine that there might be something there that this owl is focusing on.
I will spend 10 minutes thinking out a message that would help explain this. Write it down. Usually using illusory script, so only Nitria or Zach could see it. Or Hauser. And then try to convince the owl to take the message to, aim it back towards Nitria and hope it hits any of the party members.
It actually wouldn't leave your side because Nitria commanded it to watch over you, and she can't give it any new commands from how far away you are.
Doesn't mean he's not going to try.
Yeah, they'll kind of look at you confused and just keep staying probably within like 30 feet of you.
Yeah, no matter how much you try, Rev, the owl seems determined to stay close to you, and eventually it just kind of keeps watching over you, but then it also kind of once again longingly looks over across the river to the place it was watching, but then back at you, and it keeps on that for quite a while.
Eventually, I'll sigh and head back to the group.
Fair enough. So, at the end of the evening, about like 10 in the evening, all of you gather around at the Ancient Dragon Tavern to share your progress with things, your findings, and also your the new potions that you have brewed.
So we made 3 of those.
Yeah.
Should we just put them in the bag for later, or?
No, I think the potions are one of the things we should probably actually be holding on to, because they don't do us a whole ton of good in the bag, having to use a whole action to get them out of the bag.
Well, I have 2 of them on me, so I probably don't need another one at the moment.
Oh, hold on.
Nitria, Nitria held on to her, so she has 2.
I have 2 greater potion and 1 normal, so definitely full.
Does Rav want healing?
Sure, I'll take one.
And when
In the morning on the way out of town, can we get me a couple more Alchemist Fire Flasks and like 3 more holy water, maybe 4 more holy water?
Sure. And when Rav gets back and Nitra sees that he's safe and fine, she'll call her owl back to her shoulder. And is the owl still holding the illusory script thing?
Probably.
Just look kind of confused and open it, and does it just like, what does it say?
It would talk about the kobolds at the water and how the bird doesn't like the river.
Huh. Okay, she will take note of that, and probably just keeps the note.
Things to travel through water portals in the future. We'll have to put the bird in the bag of holding for a moment.
Something tells me
mean,
an owl doesn't swim super good anyway,
You
so
can literally bamf it out of existence temporarily.
yeah. It has
Well,
its
yeah,
own
it's a
little house.
It's a message that might have been a little concerning if Rav was still out there, but now that we're back here, it's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Something to look into later. Essentially.
Kobolds, you say.
Okay. Well, it is worth noting, and I guess it's nice to know that my burb is concerned about kobolds drowning. I guess.
That or water portals to the Feywild, one or the other.
Maybe. But
Trying
Doug
to
did
study
say,
my theory.
Doug did say they seem to be looking beyond the kobolds. But yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. It'll be fine. Find out where the portal is, if it is even a portal. Part of me wonders if we are even going to the Feywild because they managed to come and deliver the note, which makes me wonder if they're still just chilling here waiting for us.
So, do you guys then just call it a night and go to bed? Probably preparing for an expedition tomorrow? Or do you do anything else?
I'm pretty much I'm pretty much done.
Alright. And so, you all... you all just discuss your theories, your propositions, your plans, and decide then to go to bed after Ujuk just kinda poofs a shitload of good berries into existence and shares it with everyone. And then all of you go to rest. Make sure that you are well rested for the evening and to, do stuff tomorrow. So once again, all of you guys get the benefits of a long rest. And you wake up in Fantasy Wednesday.
Yay!
So,
we need to grab Ojuk his things. First things first.
what, from the bag of holding you mean?
No, he wanted to get alchemist fires and stuff.
Didn't you already get those things?
Yeah, I got some. I wanted to try to have about half a dozen of each. So,
Wait,
on our way out.
you want more of the things you had?
Yeah, on our way
Yes.
out of town, if we could get 2 more alchemist fire and like 4 more holy water, I think that would get me pretty good.
How much does the alchemist fire cost?
They're 50 gold apiece, and holy water flasks are 25.
Okay. All of that will cost you 150 gold pieces.
Can you remove that amount from the bag, Zach?
Doing so.
I wonder why is it, Leo, that every time you play a character in my games, you're always a walking bomb.
Because being a walking bomb is fun.
Like if anyone
confirm.
directs one fire spell at you, you explode with the amount of bombs they're carrying.
Luckily, in this instance, it would be less than previously because it's only 5 Alchemist Flasks, which is a minimum of 5 damage, maximum of 20. Ouch.
Still, you're carrying at least 3 flasks with you. That's a lot of fire. But anyway,
It's fine, the holy water should douse the alchemist's fire.
I just thought about it.
Alchemist Fire has to be stomped out. That's the way to put it out.
Is Nitria the only one other than Ojuk who has a way to shoot ranged fire at somebody?
I have a way to shoot ranged acid fire and
I
radiant
can
damage.
shoot ranged most damage types. I just prefer to do it in melee.
I have Force and Psychic. That's really it.
Yeah, I thought it would just that'd be funny if Nitria was like, if she set Ojuk on fire because of all the flask he's holding.
Why would you want to do that to me?
At this point, after she's seen you heal a couple times, she's a little suspicious neutral of you at this point, so she's not as inclined to shoot a firebolt at you. But it's still just an amusing thought.
I should be able to do more healing now. I actually have Healing Word now.
Crazy talk.
look at you. So,
All I had to do was go oogle a tiefling.
I don't think that's how one gains divine. I guess you're the expert here. But what?
all right. So all of you wake up, and I imagine that you once again gather in the morning at the Dragon Tavern Inn, Ancient Dragon Tavern. And what is the plan for today?
Follow the owl, I guess.
Follow the owl brick road.
Okay. So, you do just that. You start to follow the owl. You walk out of town, and then you keep following the direction where Ojuk saw the kobolds fishing, and it doesn't take you too long to get over there. In about an hour, you get to the place. It's not as close to Redemption, but it's still, even from this distance, you are able to see the city itself over there. But you're no longer in Redemption. So you go over to the place where the kobolds were, and once you arrive there, it's just a very calm river running down. Nothing really of note other than some vegetation here and there. It doesn't seem particularly interesting in the least, and yet the owl just keeps looking with its eyes fixed upon a direction, seemingly even further in than where you saw the kobolds last night, Ravroff.
Okay.
In a direction towards the forest, not towards the water, right?
A little bit further south, following the river. It seems to be looking kind of both towards the river and to a patch of forest.
Okay, I will continue following the owl then.
Okay. As the owl just keeps looking in that direction, and you guys just follow the unnamed owl. You walk for another half an hour until you finally see in front of you another group of kobolds. This time around, these kobolds are still also fishing with spears and such, trying to get more fish out of the water. And this time around, you see that they're risking a little bit more than the other kobolds you saw last night. This one seems to be really keen on stepping onto the water this time around. And as soon as you all notice that, the owl just kind of grasps with its talons a little bit tighter on wherever it's holding. I imagine your shoulder, Nitria.
Yeah.
See, Halser, that's what a female kobold looks like.
Oh. I guess I have to study more kobold zoology to understand better.
I mean, they look mostly the same, so...
So, as you all just kind of stand there for a little moment, just watching the kobolds fish, do you guys do anything?
I mean, I'm inclined to just kind of wave them down and try and go past them, and probably just keep an eye on the one that's about to go in the water. Actually, now that I think about it, good idea. This is a good time of day to do this. Nitra is going to tap her finger to the hilt of her sword and then tap it to her forehead, and she is going to Gift of Alacrity herself.
Alright. So cast that spell on you.
Yeah. So for the next 8 hours, she gets a bit of a bonus to her initiative.
Oh wow, okay. So so you do that, Nitria?
Yeah.
Anticipating for the worst, probably? Does anyone else does anything else? As you watch the kobolds fish?
I'm gonna put guidance on myself and just try and perceive what the bird is upset about.
Okay, you... as everyone is just kind of watching the kobolds, you kind of urge everyone to just hunker down. And you call upon Gaffadur to guide your eyes as you try to perceive what's going on. So go ahead and make a perception check. Ojuk.
While he's doing that, I'm going to spend time to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Should I have the 10 minutes to do so? Perfectly willing to stop mid-cast if something happens.
Sure. So, casting ritually? Can you do that?
Only way I can do it.
Okay, never mind. I never remember about ritual spells because they're nonsense. But anyway, you start then to focus on that, on detect magic, as you, Ojuk, are trying to perceive with your 22 perception check, right?
Yep. That is a 22.
So as you're watching over the kobolds, you see that every once in a while, as soon as they take a few steps further into the water to try and spear at some the fish that are swimming by, you hear Nitria by your side wincing just a little bit as the owl just kind of grasps its talons even deeper, and then you notice, Ojuk, that what you should be paying attention is not the kobolds, but everything else around the kobolds. And then you notice some forms moving across the river on under the water, and then some forms that seemingly were hiding in the trees. And as soon as one of the kobolds, they take a full-on step and kind of almost fall halfway to their waist into the water, you then notice some these forms coming out of the trees. These humanoid females that they just they start to come very sneakily from behind the kobolds, while two of them, they just sort of raise from the water, just looking at the kobolds, and they start saying some things and kind of very alluringly just kind of throwing their hands at them, almost as if trying to enchant them, charm them. And you see that the kobold that is on the water, at first he kind of instinctively just lifts up his spear, but then he seems to start to lower it until the point he just kind of opens up his hands and the spear just falls into the water with the fish still flapping on the edge end, and the kobold starts to walk towards this humanoid lady that is enchanting him, going even deeper into the water. As the other kobolds that are in the back, they also finally notice the other female forms, and they also fall to their charms. And all of you just kind of stay there seeing all of this happen, and you get the sense, a very good sense of what's going on and what possible misfortune awaits these kobolds in the very near future.
Do I see this?
Yeah, at this point, do we all see them? They're out of the water, right?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing that's luring them?
Yeah, it takes a while for the rest of you to notice. These creatures, they seem to blend very well with the water and with the trees, and to a point that you hardly could perceive them before, and even now it's still a little bit tricky to see them. It's almost like they have a natural camouflage, but now that Ojuk points it out that the kobolds are getting charmed, then all of you see these female figures.
If they haven't noticed us, Nitria will quarry mark and pull her bow.
Oh no, are you doing that?
On
I think I'm gonna hunter's mark the one that's trying to charm this guy.
The one that's out and charming that we can all see. Nitria is going to quarry mark that one. And she's going to pull her bow. Whether or not she could loose an arrow is, I wouldn't be mad if that was a before or after initiative thing. But yeah.
Alright, so oh no, you guys rolling.
Oh, I didn't. That's just Rav. Are we rolling initiative?
Just a second. What are you rolling for, Rav?
I am rolling Eldritch Blasts at the ones in the water.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So without even knowing exactly what's going on, you notice that something is going on, and then immediately you just decide to lose an Eldritch Blast at the one in the water. At which point, Nitria, because you prepared your bow and quarry marked one, you get to do a surprise attack as well.
Which is the one that we saw doing the luring?
This one here. Actually, more so the chew on the bottom.
Well,
Yeah,
the one hunter's mark is gonna get a guiding bolt.
Yeah, we aren't on the map yet, so I don't know where we are in relation.
You guys are a little bit over to here.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm within 120 feet, she's getting a guiding bolt.
Imagine Rav would be in the back. Zach would be there. I don't have tokens for your familiars and steeds and such.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, mine's just. I think a generic owl familiar works if you. It's just a monster.
Sure.
So.
Okay.
It's also not really relevant to combat unless you make it relevant.
An owl is very relevant to combat.
Fair enough.
They're like the only familiar that is combat viable, unless you're a warlock.
Well then.
Wow.
So yeah, go ahead and roll for
It's
initiative.
dead.
All of you. Actually, wait, you cannot roll for initiative yet. Just a moment. I forgot I have to select all the creatures in the map, toggle combat state, and now you can roll for initiative, because you are now in the initiative tracker.
You can edit our initiative, right? So if I roll my bonus to it, then
I can. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll my normal initiative, and I didn't see if that did anything. Did it?
You haven't rolled initiative yet.
I clicked on it and it rolled the dice, but then
There it goes.
okay, and then how do I roll? There we go. 1d8. Oh, that's a 4. I derped. So Nitra has a total of 17.
It's a 3-way tie.
But she is also going to do her longbow shot at the one that's closest to her that's doing the charming. That's also the... Actually, it's not close enough for her to quarry mark. So, just out of range. But it is close enough for her to longbow, so she'll do that. If I can.
I think I go last. Glad I got that preemptive in.
Yeah, and one Eldritch Blast would have gone to each of these two down here.
Mm-hmm. Just a second, as 30 initiatives are rolled.
What? Why are so many? Oh, the sirens. Okay.
And the K-Bobs.
The what?
K-Bobs.
Okay, so... Alright, we are starting combat. That guy has no initiative. I'll resolve the things in the order. So, Ravroff, you're losing 2 Eldritch Blasts, 1 on each creature down there?
Yep.
Both of them hit. This one suffers 7 points of damage, and this one suffers 10. Okay. Next up, Ojuk, you guiding bolted who?
It was one of the ones in the water that I would have hunters marked, which means I forgot to do that.
Did you hunters mark someone?
Yeah, as we first came up.
Alright,
Unless that was already added in. Yeah, that should have been added in.
Are you in range of Hunter's Mark? Because I'm not in range of my quarry mark, which is 90 feet. They're at 95 feet.
Hunter's mark is 120, isn't it?
No, it's 90.
It's only 90.
Only 90.
Yeah. So we are just both Ojuk and Nitri are just 5 feet out of range of doing that. But I'm still in range of a longbow, so there's that.
Is that so? Let me just double check real quick.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just depends how you calculate your lines.
Oh, no. Okay, so yeah, you guiding both these, one here, the closest one, Ojuk, you hit with a natural 20. It suffers 25 points of damage.
Check that. 16 points of that is off.
What?
Because of it wouldn't have the hunter's mark, so it's only 9 points of damage.
How do you know which one's the hunter's mark and which one's the...
I believe hunter's mark is...
How much damage is guiding bolt?
That didn't add, because that's the crit.
Yeah, that's the crit.
Yeah, the guiding bolt is like 3d6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's 46, which has been doubled to 86. So that did not include hunter's mark.
Yeah, it didn't include the hunter's mark at all. So that's the damage from the attack, not counting hunter's mark. Because I don't know if those hunter's mark modifiers apply to spell rolls.
It does.
No,
it is a dice.
No, I mean, if Foundry adds it.
Not specifically, no.
So yeah.
Unless you tell it to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't know. But anyway, he hits.
Hunter's Mark defines weapon attack. Yeah. Okay.
It hits, and the creature is almost dead, but not quite. But it's now shining, so you have the next attack against it has advantage.
Which means Nitra will probably succeed at taking it out.
I don't.
Wait, my initiative's supposed to be 17.
I'll fix that just a moment. Where's yours? I forgot to do that. Sorry. 17. There you go. I believe you go before Halser does. No, the two of you have the same dexterity.
We're tied. Yeah.
Technically, Zach goes first.
Technically,
But
Zach
chances
goes
are
first.
Halser's not going to make
Zach
it.
has a 4.
Well, the three of you can choose when you go, because you all have the same initiative.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in alphabetical order.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't have a good token for guiding bolt, so just toss in this this little evil star thing there. There you go. Right. Nitria, you were attacking someone.
Yeah, the one that Ajuk bolted with a longbow.
Go for it. You have advantage on this attack.
I'll just roll it twice.
I believe you
Stupid.
can.
Whatever. It's Foundry's just fucking stupid. It's like, you have no ammunition specified. Like, no, I didn't set that up because I hardly ever use my bow. Stupid fucking game. Grumble. So I'll just roll the 1d. Actually, I'll just roll 2d20 for 2d20, and these have a plus. I think our proficiency is 3 at this time, right?
3 plus your dex.
So it's a plus 6. So those 2d20s were a 5 and a 7, so does a 13 hit?
A 13 does not hit.
Of course it doesn't. Because fuck advantage. But it didn't hit, so the guiding bolt is still there.
I don't think it is. I think it's the next attack.
I think the attack has to hit.
The next attack roll made against this target before the end of your next turn has advantage. The next attack roll, yeah.
Ow. Wow.
I'm sorry.
I finally have decent initiative, and then I roll shit on my attack rolls.
Well, we
Right.
haven't had a turn yet, so
Well, but it's alright, because now combat has started proper, so... actually, Zach and Halser never had a surprise turn, because you have surprise. Are you guys doing anything? Halser and Zach?
I guess running forward as far as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I will do the same.
The both of you dash. You get to move up to your movement speed. Twice. So go ahead and position yourselves.
I think. No, 2 more forward.
Oh boy. Look at Halser go.
Boy. Go, Halser, go.
So is that it for your movements?
Yeah, that's complete.
I guess I'll also do my arcane enhancement for the sexy lightning claws.
Okay. Alright. You do that. Good. Good. Okay. Alright. So the combat starts. The first one to go is the kobold that's drowning, so he gets to drown before anyone acts, or start to drown before anyone acts. And that's his turn. He does not do anything else. Next up is them. One of them. It looks around and sees all of you approaching, and this lady, she just screams pretty much like, we're being attacked or something. And she is going to go ahead and... How much can she move? Well, not nearly enough. Ah, dang it. Oh, Halser, if you had stopped 5 feet closer, you would have made my life so much easier, but you didn't.
Nope, it's never easy.
Right? Tell me about it. So what she is going to go ahead and do, the little minx, is she is going to go ahead and cast Polymorph on herself. And
She
become...
now has an intelligence of 3.
And become a huge bug. With her action. And then the bug, using its movement speed, is going to go ahead and fly towards closer to you all. Over here, why not? So it moves up 10 feet in this direction, and also 10 feet up in the air, because it can fly. And that's its turn. Next up is you, Halser.
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to enter rage, and then I gonna attack with the charge.
Okay, go for it.
So I move here, and then I do 2 attacks.
Uh, 13, unfortunately, is going to miss. And a natural 1 is also going to miss.
Oh no. Is it gonna be
Yeah.
one of those days?
Yeah, it's one of those days, damn it. Actually, I'm gonna add my card to the first attack, so that it reaches 20 at least,
Sure.
so I don't waste the charge.
Okay, that hits. Then.
Yeah. So I add the 2d6 for the charge,
Mhm.
and she needs to do a saving throw for not being pushed on the ground.
That's a strength saving throw, right?
Yeah, strength saving throw of 15.
She fails.
So she's prone.
Mm-hmm. She totally is prone.
And 4 extra damage for the charge.
Alright, there we go. There we go. And that's your turn, I imagine.
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay, cool. Next up is Nitria.
Well, I guess she's gonna switch target to the one that just polymorphed and is flying.
Okay.
So she's going to quarry mark that one because now they are in 90 feet of her.
That they be, yeah.
And she will God, I had this in my head. She will what are they right now? A bug?
Yes. A bug-like thing.
She will use a firebolt on them.
Okay.
We'll see if this actually hits. No. Wait, actually it's polymorph, so it has a different AC. Does that hit?
It has the same AC, so no, it does not.
Wait, when it's polymorphed, it has the same AC?
No, coincidentally, this form also has the same AC.
Okay, well, I guess Adria will just move in closer if I can figure out how to move my... Oh, God, frickin' app today. 5, 15, 20, 40, 45. Yeah, that.
Alright.
And that's it for now.
That's 35. You can go a little bit more, can you?
Was it
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna say no to that.
Was it 35? 5, 15, 20, 30, 35. Yeah, it was 35. There you go.
30, 35, 40, 45. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that's...
Diagonal movement is tricky.
Yeah.
And that's your action, movement, bonus action, anything?
That's it.
Okay. Zach, you're up next. What are you doing?
Yes. Zach is going to jump, run in this direction and jump over the river. Because apparently he can jump 18 feet. So he's going to jump into the river so he's in line with those two. And then he is going to breathe out a crackling stream of electricity. Those two sirens need to make a dex save.
I suppose that they do, yeah. Saving throw of dexterity flavor. That one makes it. That one in the back also makes it.
Okay, they take 5 damage. No, 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
The dice really do not like us today.
5 damage. Anything else?
That was my action, my movement. That's all for now.
Alright. Next up is them. Kobold number 3 is charmed, so it's going to move closer to the one that charmed him. Actually, no, it's going to run into the river. That will keep combat simple on my end. This other one here, who's suffered a little bit of an attack, saw Halser attacking one of its companions. Does not very much care for that. Not in the least. No, no, no. What is it going to do?
Kill itself.
No. It will not kill itself. Why would it? It's going to go ahead and also oh man, do I go for it? Do I not go for it? It's so tricky. Nah, I should not go for it. It's folly. How far away are you? Yes, you're far away enough. But that's dumb. She's just gonna go and polymorph into a bug as well. That'll keep things easy on my end. She polymorphs into a bug, who then flies towards Halser. And 10 feet up in the sky. And that's its turn. The next kobold attempts to try drowning the siren that's prone. She is going to look at you, Halser, very angrily, and is going to try and touch you.
Oh no.
So I need you, Halser, to make a intelligence saving throw.
She touched the butt. Oh no.
God damn.
Oh wow, you don't get any pluses to that. Well, you do get a +1, but you also get a -1. Weird. Okay, never mind. Nevertheless, you fail that. So you, Halser, suffer this much damage. 16 points of damage. Psychic damage even.
Damn.
So you can't have that. And because you failed, you are stunned. where's the stun? There we go. You are stunned. So
I don't think that counts as a charm.
It isn't a charm.
No, I was checking just that.
Okay.
and then she stands up, and she's gonna move away from there. Actually, no, you guys are kind of far away. Yeah, she's not gonna move that far away, just enough. Reach that tree. And next up is Revrov.
Okay. Move 30 feet. I think it was there. Yep. And then both Eldritch Blasts at this near dead lady.
All right.
Ugh.
So the first Eldritch Blast just misses her completely, but the second one hits and murderizes her. She is dead.
That took way longer than it should have.
And then I am going to, for the first time ever, use Expeditious Retreat. But instead of moving away, I'm going to move another 30 feet towards the battle.
You're retreating from safety. So that's a bonus action, right?
Yep.
He's running away
And-
from me.
Sure.
And yeah, I'll hold concentration on that for now.
So you are concentrating. Good. The concentration symbol is this little C thing here.
Yes.
I don't know how you added your own
The-
portrait into that.
The mini Reveroth is a fantastic symbol.
I don't know how you did that, but
Yeah, that's lovely.
there you go. So the siren who's gone down is going to make a death saving throw. That makes it. Makes one success. It's not dead. Next up is Ojuk.
Oh, shoot.
That's you, yeah.
Where is he gonna move? That's a good question. Okay. Here. And let's see. I will Hunter's Mark that critter. I assume it's already damaged too.
Which one?
The
one that is marked and
This one
is
here?
directly in line. Yeah.
Okay.
Nitria missed that one.
So,
So
you
no, it's not damaged.
Hunter's Market.
And it is injured, so a Claw Slayer will be active.
It says uninjured on it.
Yeah,
Oh, it is.
it is not
Okay.
injured. It did not take damage.
Okay. Well, let's see if this damages it.
Nice, that hits.
Okay.
Needs to make a concentration check.
And no.
Did you roll anything else?
Um,
Oh, you rolled
2
two attacks.
snakes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sachi. So the second one you can add your Colossus Slayer, which you did. That's a lot of damage.
Just to make checks against its polymorph's concentration.
Yeah.
Move, bonus action. Action, double attacks. That's my turn.
Okay. Oh no, it has to
Did
use.
it?
It has to use the concentration of its, the constitution of its new form, I imagine.
Yep.
Well, it's the same thing, anyways. And it's going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Has to make 2.
It makes the first. And makes the second. It's still polymorphed into a bug. Anything else?
No, that's definitely my turn.
Okay. So that's the end of Ojux's turn. We start the second round. This first kobold is no longer charmed because the charmer has been knocked out. So it's going to swim away from water and just look around confused and not knowing what the fuck is going on. And that's its turn. Then is this bug here. It's going to... Do I attack Ravarov, who's close and unguarded, or do I attack Halser, who's stunned?
It has an intelligence of a bug.
Alright, it's going to go pack tactics. It's going to move to Halser. To fly over to Halser to gang up on him, because that be bugs. Apparently.
Yes, we all know about bugs and their coordinated efforts.
And attacking stunned creatures for advantage and auto crits.
No auto crits, just advantage. You're confusing with the
Paralyzed. Yes.
paralyzation.
I'm being stupid. Being a fool.
Oh, you foolish fool. It's going to try and attack Hugh Halser with its ovipositor attack with advantage. Oh no, it misses.
So much.
How even? Alright. That's
I mean, bug is partially meant to protect against bugs, so...
That's actually a 15 because of flanking, but it misses. So yeah, that's it. It did move over there. Okay, that's that thing's turn. It's done. Fuck all. Halser, you're stunned. Your turn is lost.
Oh, there will be plenty of vengeance for this.
Nitria.
But now he's unstunned, right?
No, it's until the end of the creature's turn. Who stunned him?
Oh, he doesn't even get to roll saving throw. Ouch.
No.
But it has only lost a round.
15.
Until the start of the Sirens' next turn, which
25.
is before Ravarov.
35, 40, 45. Well, it moved out of Nitra's strike range, so she's going to try and firebolt the same one that she has marked again.
Alright, go for it.
Come on. Let me hit something. Think Jeebus.
That hits.
I shall do damage. 14 damage, and it has disadvantage on the saving throw to maintain concentration.
Because you're a Mage Slayer,
Mage
right?
Slayer.
Oh man. Does that apply to all damage, even ranged one?
Yep.
How fun.
Feats.
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 Yes!
It fails.
And it falls out of the air.
Okay, you dispel the spell. She gets back and she falls 10 feet because it was flying.
And it's 1d6 per 10 feet, yes.
So it takes 3
3
points.
feet of face damage.
Takes 3 points of damage and falls prone. That's your first and only attack, I imagine.
Yeah, to be fair.
Okay.
But I can, as a bonus action, move my quarry mark, and I will do that and move it to the other buggy one.
Okay. Bugs Bunny is now bugged. Anything
So
else?
that is my turn.
Zach, you're up.
Zach is going to be responsible and have him and his mount pet dragon thing try and get these little shits out of the water.
Okay. Easily enough, they don't try to resist, and you can just pretty much just pull them away. They still seem to be charmed in some way, shape, or form, but you pretty much just kind of slap them out of their charmedness. And they are no longer charmed. That one at least isn't. You can only save one kobold per round.
Can I not have the thing that I'm technically riding help as well? It is relatively intelligent. My pet Durgan.
I'll say no because...
Fair enough.
Just because.
Fair enough.
So that's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The kobold that is still underwater is still drowning. The other one is swimming up, so it's no longer drowning, but it didn't have a turn yet. And this Bugu here is going to go ahead and attack Halser. Because you're still stunned. And it misses with a 16. And that's its turn. Right. Now is the other kobold. It swims out of the water and is there. Now is the start of the siren who stunned you, Halser, so you are no longer stunned. And she, from where she is going to try and
Stun you again.
Right. One more time. Right. It is going to try foolishly to do something. And I would like you, Halser, to make a... No, that's foolish. That's not a combat spell. What the hell am I doing? Yeah, it's just going to go ahead and try and do a thing. It's going to cast greater invisibility on itself.
Well, that's awful.
Wow.
A move. Before it does, you guys hear the creature just start shouting out very desperately in Elvish. So I imagine half the party understands Elvish, right?
Yes.
I don't.
Not Zach.
I think Ojuk and Nitria both do. And Ravroth can read it, but I don't think knows it.
I thought Halser learned something in the Feywild.
Sylvan.
Sylvan.
Yeah. So she just screams, "They downed Vleda! Help her now!" And then she becomes invisible, and you don't know where she's going. Ravroth.
I'll move here. And then... Hey, Briar, even or odd?
Odd.
Okay. I am going to throw a level 1 healing word on Halser.
Okay. Go for it.
Assuming I can find it on my sheet, because I know I have the stupid spell.
It's not stupid. You can heal it from a distance.
It's not on my sheet for some reason. I know I have it. Anyway.
I believe it's 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Yeah, so it's 1d4 plus
4.
Yeah, 4.
Is your charisma 19?
It is. So that was a 1.
It was like me trying to play a healer.
But you get 5 hit points back.
So, Halser, you heal up for 5
Well,
hit points.
thanks.
Which is quite something, when you really think about it. Are you doing anything else, Rev?
Yeah, I will Eldritch Blast the Debugified.
That one is prone, you have disadvantage to attack it.
Well, then the first beam
Misses with a
is
12.
12.
Oh.
And then the other one is 13.
On the same target?
Yes.
Misses.
Ah, well.
Okay.
Welcome to the poor aim club.
Right, that's Rav's turn. Now is the Siren who's been downed. Makes another death saving throw. Succeeds. And next up is the other Siren who's here. The heck is he going to do? Yeah, it's also gonna go ahead and cast invisibility on itself. It'll vanish. Alright, Ojuk.
He's having a dirt moment. But,
Don't derp up too much.
yeah. I'm gonna stand on the shore. Just in the water there. Yeah, why not? I've got it. And it will be continual damage. So, the down Siren, she's gonna get... And of course, I'm throwing my card on that.
On what exactly?
On the, sling.
You cannot card your way into a natural one unless you have a Joker. What card do you have?
I can add a 10 to it. Clean.
The
It's
natural 1 plus 10 still misses because it's
Oh.
natural 1.
natural ones are misses regardless.
Okay.
So it will miss the siren, but the alchemist fire. Da-ba-da-ba-da.
Eh.
Just a moment, I'm reading. Okay, Ken ended the damage earlier. Blah 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 blah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll the 8 for me, Ujuk. Okay. It crashes. You miss the creature, and it crashes over here on this particular square. If you rolled a 7, it would have hit Halser, but no.
I was aiming for the down one.
I know.
Yeah,
The one on
but
the ground.
So that's one.
No, he means the
The
unconscious one.
that's Unconscious.
Oh, this one here.
Outside the river.
yeah,
Why? Okay.
He wants to murder it.
because Ojuk.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I misunderstood you. Okay, so you would not have hit Halser regardless, but
You would have had disadvantage on that attack anyway, because it's prone when it's dead.
yeah,
Down.
because it is ranged and it's prone, you had disadvantage anyway. So, yeah, you just miss. It hits nowhere particular.
It landed somewhere on land, though, I'm guessing.
It does splashes and becomes a fiery little area that is going to do
Okay.
damage into whoever walks into it over there.
Okay. Am I in range of that other one? Yes, I am. So, that one. Look at. Man, I keep doing that.
Who are you aiming at?
The one standing next to Halser. It's still a bug.
Oh, okay. 23 hits. Right, it suffers.
It doesn't get the Hunter's Mark on there. If it's injured, it gets Colossus Slayer. Jeez. Keep up with this sheet.
Yeah, it's already in there. And it makes a Constitution saving throw. That makes it.
They're rolling so good today.
Right? Has like only a +1 to that. But yeah, that's it. Anything else?
No, that's... Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Let me think.
This begins the next round.
1d6 isn't part of that. Such fun.
So the siren who's on the ground prone, it's going to stand up, look around you and see that I'll see what's going on. And once again, it's going to try and stupefy you, Halser. So make another intelligence saving throw. Actually, that's a different one. Yeah, you fail. You are stunned and suffer 17 points of psychic damage.
Gosh.
And then it uses its movement to get the hell away from you. Now, your turn comes up, Halser. You do nothing. I'm really sorry.
Okay.
Nitria?
Nitra feels bad for Halser. She's switching her gory mark to the one that just tried hitting and running, and she's gonna go up. And since it likes to run, and she knows they can
As you try and do that, Nitria, you can't get there because you collapse against someone who seems also to be occupying that square.
Yeah, found the invisible one.
I found the invisible one.
But this one is Hunter's marked now. Quarry marked.
Well, that makes me wonder with how shitty my rolls have been going today. I don't think I want to try and attack the invisible one.
Yeah, you still have a disadvantage, but you know where it is.
Yeah. But actually, Nitria will scoot around it because she has enough movement to do that, so she's right next to them.
Mm-hmm.
And if this one tries to turn invisible, she'll get to attack it. So she will try and hit the invisible one next to her. This is going to be a booming blade.
Oh boy.
I'll roll twice for this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 23 hits.
It does. The
So that's
suffers 14 points of slashing damage.
And an extra 1d8, so 4, and it has disadvantage on its concentration for that invisibility.
Alright, so first, the katana powers. It fails.
Oh.
On that. Has disadvantage on its next attacks, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and yeah, this thing just got wrecked. So it has disadvantage on its concentration check. And I think a 5 makes it lost.
It does. It is no longer invisible.
And if it tries to move or cast again, it's going to get fucked up. So
severely.
That was a solid turn. I'm good.
Alright. Next up is Zach.
It's my entire turn to unbugger up the kobold, right?
Your action.
Well, I will slap the kobold into cohesiveness.
Mm-hmm. It's no longer charmed.
And then don't think I have any bonus action spells. No, that would be a terrible idea. Oh, no, it would be a terrible day. I'll just move over there and end my turn.
Gridlock. Is sound happening?
Sorry, it was muted. Thank you for pointing that out. Sound was not happening indeed. Yeah, that kobold moves out of the water, and the three of them just kind of hold up their claws in defensive stance in case anyone tries to move close to them. Like I said before, but it went unheard. And the next siren is the bugified one, who's going to once again try and attack Halser with advantage, because you're stunned. And misses. Completely.
Like I'm useful even when stunned.
Yes.
And that's its turn. Now's the kobold, now's the siren. It's going to move. And you see Nitria splashes of water. I mean, it starts here, then goes this direction, and then gets out of the water as someone crosses the river.
It's fine.
Revrov.
Okay. Everybody's still in range, so I am going to. Ugh. This is unconscious, not.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, I didn't hear anything that. Well, I heard it, but I didn't understand anything that was said in Elvish. So I am going to.
You wonder though why Ojuk threw a flask of fire there, but
Because it's Ojuk and he does weird things.
We just kind of know him for being a dick at this point.
Oh. I will start off by Eldritch blasting the uninjured one here. Quote unquote uninjured.
alright. Just as a reminder, a rule that we completely forgot about
Is firing into melee.
no, is cover. Creatures provide cover.
Okay. Well, that's right, cover. Well, then I will aim for the bug.
Okay? That is a rule, a basic rule from the game that I completely forgot about for years. That's 2 Eldritch Blasts, both of which hit. Each one calls
For 18 damage total.
18 damage. And 2 Constitution saving throws. For the bug instinct. Well, it fails.
So the second attack hits its actual self. Oh.
That is true.
And it falls on its fishy ass.
So the siren now suffers maximum damage on the fall, and an eldritch bolt to the face as it's falling, because I'm gonna consider that attack hits, and now I'm gonna make you fire at disadvantage because she's prone on the ground, and that's your 2 attacks.
Yep, and then I'm going to call over to Ojuk. Come on, you can do better. And he gets a Bardic.
Ojuk,
Cool.
you have a D6 Bardic Inspiration die. Write it down.
A d6 condescension die.
Ignore the roll, I don't know why it did that.
Sure. So that's your turn, Revrov.
That is my turn.
Okay. So, as all of this is going down, the siren that was invisible but was uninvisibled, that is right next to you, Nitra and Zach, she just looks around, noticing what's going on, and she just starts calling for a parlay. No, please don't hurt us, please. We just want to save our sister. Please don't hurt us.
That voice. I'm sorry.
This is an Elvish.
No, it's in common. They can speak common. Who knows?
You've been drowning people in the river. You think we're gonna let you continue?
No one's drowned yet. Just let us go, please.
And how many before this?
Make an intimidation check, Ojuk.
I'm not.
He's not very
intimidated yet.
threatening. He's not very threatening while he's speaking through the water.
Yeah, you're in the middle of the river, sunk into your waist, shouting out in the distance, and unfortunately not being incredibly intimidating, but she just shakes her head. Please, just let us go. We don't mean no harm. Please, we'll let everyone go. Even the little ones.
Nitria is still holding her sword up to her because she just fucked her up while she was invisible.
Heck yeah, you did.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Nitra says,
indifferent to her words. I always wonder what she does, because then I want to do something.
Nitria just holds her sword up and she says, "Give me one good reason."
The siren looks at you, and you can see that she's really desperate now, looking at you and the sword, and she just shakes a little bit. We're doing this just because we want to go home.
Why do you need to drown people to go home?
We're not drowning people, we're drowning kobolds.
Kobolds
She
are
says that she's
people
standing
too.
right next to Zach.
I would like to use my reaction to obliterate her.
She... Do you do that, or
God.
do you allow her to finish what she was saying?
Well,
Do it.
I,
Enough
worth-
kobold
for
rest
roleplay
for a
purposes,
night.
I will kick her in the shin.
Sure. She buckles a
Nitra
little
just-
bit. Go on.
Nitria says, "Is home the wilds?"
She nods very quickly and says, Yes, we want to go back to the Feywild. There's a man. He says he can help us get back home. And he wants kobolds, and we're bringing them to him. We don't mean no harm.
Insight check?
Nitria will make a poor insight check.
Sure. Incite your way. Team wisdom.
Well, I also still have my card, so there's that worth noting.
An 11 isn't worth it, so I want card.
Yeah, I only have an 8. That'd only get me a 10.
I will card myself,
Okay.
which
Oh.
brings me up to an 18.
18, alright. Nitria, you're too distracted by her remark about kobolds. And so are you, Zach.
We're both a little caught off guard by that.
But you, Ravrov, keeping your mind calm and collected and trying to pay attention to what she's saying, you realize that indeed, they seem to be truthful. They seem to... They don't seem to be lying in any way, shape, or form.
Nitria would personally say, let's give them a chance if you guys are all okay with it, but we'll keep them close and likely bound. And Nitria kind of looks at the siren expectantly.
The siren,
We're making our way to the wilds. Hopefully, right now, we could maybe get you there without offering up kobolds.
Though I'd love to murder the person who you're offering them to.
I was going to say, we might actually want to know who this...
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds hella fishy.
Siren's fishy.
So the siren, she just kind of looks at all of you approaching her very nervously. At this point, time enough has gone by with this conversation back and forth. The other siren that was invisible, she just kind of comes over here, kneels down before the other one, and tries to apply some rudimentary form of healing.
Nope, I'm gonna grab her wrist and start tying her up.
Okay. As the other siren bleeds out in the ground.
And the real world siren blares in the background.
Right.
I will help tie up the unconscious siren and then pop her 2 good berries just to keep her alive.
Okay. And you, Halser, are no longer stunned.
Yay! But yeah, I was gonna say, okay, they may be, blackmailed to actually attack those kobolds, but they still agreed to it. I'm not sure we should save them.
I'm debating too, but if they really just want to go back home and we're already heading there,
If we bind them
I mean-
all and take them toward the Feywild, if they give us any trouble, we'll just not take them alive into the Feywild. That's our deal, I guess.
Wow. Okay. The siren closest to you, she just shakes her head. No, we cannot go back. We've been banished.
wait,
Wait, what?
they want to go back home, but they've been banished, so they can't go back home.
The court banished us. The only way for us to get back is if we bring the lady a gift. Or find one of her children.
One of her children?
Yes, her children, they're lost in this world.
Care to elaborate?
Her children, the children of the Fae, the changelings. They're stranded here in this realm, and the lady wants them back in the Feywilds. And the only way for us to be able to get back and our banishment is to bring back one of her children who are stranded here. Or bring her an amazing gift, a trinket. This
Nitria looks over at the kobolds and she's like, and those were amazing gifts?
No.
You can't sell other people or even their bodies and trade for a gift.
We're bringing them to a man. This man is a powerful magician. He tells us that he will help us find one of these changelings. One of the children. We just need to bring him kobolds.
A powerful magician that conveniently wants bodies. Sounds great.
To make
Could you show us
trinkets,
where he is?
it's Ethereum, so fuck's sake.
Come again?
Why don't
Never
we
mind.
get information on where that guy is, but first let's figure out where we're going to have these girls stay, where hopefully they can be kept under watch so they don't keep trying to kill people.
I would take them with us while we are.
I was
So
thinking
we
they
can have them. Well, we need at least one of them to direct us to the man.
True. And she'd be inclined to behave herself if her sisters are in the custody of the guild.
I'm a little averse to the idea of leaving multiple Fey creatures with enchanting and charming capabilities and invisibility capabilities inside town.
What else are we going to do to them since we're not knocking them out, killing them off, and I even burn them to death? We got to do something else with them.
We take them with us, like everyone else has been saying.
Taking them all with us? I mean, we're equally matched. I mean, they will be bound. All right.
Yeah, they will
It would
be
be really
bound.
dangerous.
And yeah, one of them is rather close to death, and they seem concerned with her staying alive. So if we keep What? That one next to Nitria, because if she tries to do any invisibility or anything, Nitria will be able to slice her immediately. Mechanically speaking.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Just don't choke up. Do it. If she does anything. If any of them do anything, do it.
Oh, Nitria isn't in a highly sympathetic position right now. This is very neutral attempt at mercy, but also we might gain something out of it. So
All right,
yeah,
girls.
I think we should take all of them, and we'll keep the one that is on the brink of death next to Nitria. So if anything is attempted, then /slash.
You're gonna lead us to this guy who told you to get the cobalt bodies. And any funny business, your sister's dead. Got me?
Yes, please don't harm us. We promise we won't do anything. Just don't kill us.
Well, I mean, if you really want to buy your sister's life, you could even help us deal with this guy. You could just take whatever you were planning on buying from him.
She immediately starts shaking her head. No, he's too powerful, and he's been turning the kobolds into his own army. We can't match him.
Kobold army.
That's terrifying.
I'm guessing undead cobalt army even more so, considering how he likes to get his payment.
Oh, we don't. Yeah, probably. But yeah, let's see. Out of curiosity, Nitria's owl. If they start pointing us in the direction of the dude, is the owl looking even vaguely in the same direction?
No, the owl was looking at them, at the sirens, because they are Fae.
Ah ha ha. Okay. Okay, so well, that leads me to believe that if the owl that is guiding us is apparently guiding us to the sirens, that's probably even more points in favor of following their attempt to quote unquote get back home. Everybody okay with
Doug
that?
is probably muted himself and is talking to us again.
No,
Yep.
I didn't. The last thing I said is that the owl was paying attention on the sirens because they are Fae. That was the last thing I said.
Okay, so the owl isn't looking at any specific location anymore, just at their attempt was the sirens. Okay. Then yeah, let's follow the sirens to probably a shitlord.
A shitlord.
Kobolds aren't people.
Ah. So,
Zach, why don't you tell the kobolds that they should fish closer to town?
You're assuming
I
that
could.
they're part of town and welcome there.
Yeah.
Also, in theory, the things fucking them up have been dealt with.
Will this be true? I mean, but Redemption's full of all kinds of people. I don't think they would necessarily be enemies of the town.
Yeah, how are the kobolds reacting to all this? Are they still just kind of huddled together, claws out, terrified because they nearly just died?
Yeah, they're just very confused and very terrified right now. They're just kind of huddling close to one another, looking at this whole situation develop, and also partially afraid of you guys. That if they try and do anything, that you're just gonna unleash your powers on them and kill them with their puny 9 hit points.
When these two are tied up, I'm going to come over to the kobolds, offer each of them a good berry, and just try to calm them down.
At first, they look very terrified of you approaching them, but eventually they pick one of the good berries and they chew on it, and they seem to relax a little bit, but they still keep very close to one another. But less in
Zach
an
will
aggressive
ride
slash.
up on his majestic steed, go home, and pick a less magical forest next time.
The kobolds, they just kind of look up at you atop your majestic draconic steed, and they just nod quickly. Okay, we will. And they gather up and just scatter off into the distance.
I love that voice.
With the last couple moments of hitting this spot with a flail, have I put the fire out so it's not going to continue to spread? Considering alchemist fire doesn't burn out on its own.
You could also just splash the water. Oh yeah.
Thank the Lord you do that.
Kick dirt on it and shit.
Yeah, you gotta kick dirt on it and stomp on it and stuff to put it out. It's specifically like a DC 10 to put out.
Okay, well,
It's Greek fire, if that still existed.
So, what is the plan, you guys?
we have all the sirens tied up. Hopefully, I'm guessing the one that was a bug has decided to not be a bug anymore.
Yeah, she's unbugified. There were 5
Okay.
sirens in total, and there's still 5 sirens in total.
So yeah, we tie them up, ask them to lead us. Take us to your leader. And yeah,
Okay.
the only noteworthy distinguishing detail is that the fragile one's next to Nitria.
You are no longer in like chew mode. From now on, you are all very attentive and very concerned with the possibility of attacks and such. So, if they try and do anything, you guys are very close to them, and you pretty much get attacks of opportunities for free if they try and do anything. So do not hover.
That, and I'm going to attempt to break one of their legs by compressing them into the ground.
Why would you do that? Are you doing that?
No. I will do that if they try anything.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
I have every plan that if one of them decides to act up, the one that I'm leading, I'm gonna choke her to death with a whip.
You guys are so fucking violent.
Zach is not particularly pleased with one of them in particular.
He didn't understand what she said.
She's speaking in common.
Common.
Oh, is she? I thought she was speaking in Elvish.
yeah, she's
Nope.
speaking in common. Everyone can understand what they're saying, what they said.
Oh. Okay. No, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not too happy either. I'd have killed them here, to be honest.
Same.
Okay, so you lead them. Well, they lead you rather, and you all advance further into this forest, following the river up to a certain point. But then they kind of just shift the way and start guiding you elsewhere. And you follow. and you walk for the best part of an hour. At which time I don't believe you guys engage them in any particularly interesting conversations, or no?
Nitro asks why they got banished.
The sirens explain that the court does not tolerate certain things, and the sirens went against the rules of the court, and that's why they were banished.
I'm assuming that's vague for Doug's simplicity purposes.
Yeah, it's pretty vague.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I guess like they stole money from the church, I guess.
Effectively.
Okay, well, Nitria will do a vague, probably consider not doing that again.
Sure. Everyone's very vague about everything during this very vague journey through a vague terrain. And trees. Trees everywhere.
Does walking counts as a light activity and therefore a long rest? Or short rest? Short rest.
You guys like to push, don't you? Let me see what the book says about short rests. Because, I don't know. 186.
I don't think it is.
I don't think traveling. I don't think you can take a short rest while you're actively traveling.
Yeah, I don't think so
I mean,
either.
Zach's
Yeah.
writing something, so maybe he can, but he is also directing it.
Yeah.
Short rest is a period of downtime at least 1 hour long during which a character does nothing more strenuous than eating, drinking, reading, and tending to wounds.
So no, you cannot.
Halster, note you
Yeah.
got an additional 20 hit points.
Yeah, I still have the hit points missing.
I created another 10 good berries fresh, and
Oh,
with
okay.
10 I had, so you have 20.
Fine, gonna, well, do a massive good berry dinner.
Just shove them all in your mouth at once.
That is true. You do heal more hit points by making good berries and casting first level cure wounds.
Yeah, I do.
I mean,
That's
potentially.
a little sad.
Potentially, because
It's a
that's
solid 10 instead of a random
a random who
to
knows.
try and cure wounds.
But sure, you keep on traveling through the forest, and eventually, in the distance, you see a little shack. And as you start to approach the shack, you see a man in front of the shack who's seemingly trying to that seemingly was disposing of well, things.
Kobold body.
Yeah, you imagine that like things that he probably got from some kobold, because what he's throwing out seems to be just like small makeshift weapons, little shivs and spears and such, and he's just throwing it off in front of the shack. And then he sees all 10 of you approaching, because you're traveling in a big group. And immediately, as he sees you all, he notices that the sirens are not alone. There's company, and instead of taking a good stance, he seems to immediately get very alarmed by the fact that you're all there, and he runs into the shack. You see that he just opens up the door, closes them, and runs inside very quickly.
How big's the shack?
How far away is he?
Big-ish. Let me put you guys in the map and in more ways than one. That's so you can actually see what the hell am I talking about. This is a juke.
Because I would juke this up, let me tell you.
Well, keep in mind, he may have kobolds in there, and we don't know if they're undead yet.
True, but I'm guessing most of them are dead. But let's see how big it is. Come on.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's stealing their souls and putting them into trinkets.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because that's what all the cool kids are doing today.
Yep.
Yeah, but how far away was he? Or actually, we'll just see that on the map.
Yeah, there we go. So he was here-ish, and then as you guys were approaching, he ran indoors.
Could we say that when Nitria saw him from, like, she would have been able to see him?
Yeah.
She would have been 90 feet away that she would have marked him.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I could do that too.
You choose, Juk, you mark him.
No, interesting mark.
So as soon
How
as
close was he?
within 90 feet.
Was he within 30 feet?
No.
Damn it.
It was,
This is more of like a Nitria, and I'm guessing Ojuk would have done this like way before we got up close to the shack. And
yeah, before you got too close, he noticed you guys and ran indoors. But those of you who have long-range casting abilities, you marked him before he ran indoors. And as he does, I would like you guys to roll for initiative again. Why don't you?
okay. I need to mark. I have now used 2.
Those are always a good thing to keep in your tracker.
Yeah.
Your
Oh.
resources.
Holy shit, does Nitra actually get a good initiative? Holy fuck.
Awesome.
And that's without the D8.
It's crazy talk.
Holy shit. That's a 24.
24 for Nitria.
Finally.
Look at you go. Okay. Revrov?
Initiative, right?
Mhm.
Boop.
Oh yeah, I forgot the stream people do like to see initiative too. So you all what's your dexterity, Revrov?
Poor. 16, actually.
Oh no, the guy has a 15. He's the last one to go. Who knew? So fair enough. Yeah. This is combat times is actually I forgot. There's 2 boys here. Damn. So combat begins. Nitri, you're up first. What are you
They
doing?
are zombolts.
They are zombolds. We still don't know that yet, though. Nitra turns the siren. She's like, stay here. I'll catch you if you run. She's like, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And she free object interaction. She opens the door. Can she do that?
Yeah.
Is it locked? I doubt he would have had time to lock it in this brief moment.
I would like to.
You try the door. Do you try and open it?
Yes.
Okay, you try and open the door, and to your surprise, it is unlocked.
Yeah, that was.
I
Wow,
would
you
also
managed to
think-
move far.
The sirens would be tied in such a way that they can walk but not run. Not effectively.
Sure.
Okay. Well, she at least now, so she has 10 more feet. I'm wondering if she should dash and just take the opportunity attack from Zombold. Actually, if she dashes, she could just go right around them. Yeah, she'll do that. She'll dash and she'll get...
yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
You
I
are
can just
literally
turn
running
around.
circles around them.
Mobile. Is
So she
broken.
doesn't move through the middle of them. She moved in like a U shape above the top one.
Okay. You approach the guy and he's finishing up a chant, and just as you get to him, he finishes up his chanting, and there's a stone circle on the wall, and it starts to shimmer and starts to gain shape and form as he seems to have finished conjuring up some sort of thing. But it's not fully there yet. It won't be until the end of his turn.
Surprising. That's a very fast chant he just did.
Yeah, he had this thing on speed dial.
Well, she's next to him now, so I guess if he tries casting, he's gonna get a mouthful of Quarry Mark Mage Slayer goodness. So I think that's the end of my turn.
Fair enough. Okay. Next up is the Zombold number 2, because no one else rolled high initiative, which is Zombold.
Oh, can we say that Nitria yelled out that she saw zombie kobolds as she ran in?
Sure. You ran up, you open up the door, and you say, "Oh shit, zombie kobolds!" and then you keep running in.
I mean, I can literally see one.
So can I.
Same.
Okay. I don't know your guys' visibility range because Foundry's a thing like that.
There's little bowls with like light emanating from them in the ground. Effectively, they're here and here, so there's light. So Zombold number 2 is going to run up to you, Nitria. He's not smart enough to know to flank you, so he's not going to, but he is going to multi-attack you.
Fair.
He gets 2 multi-attacks.
Oh, I thought you rolled a 2.
He's going to attack 4 times.
It's okay, I have a way to handle this.
17?
I'm going to shield. And that lasts until my next turn.
Oh, okay. Spell shield, okay.
Yeah, so I have 21 AC for
Alright.
a bit.
Next claw attack, misses. I thought you were gonna
Features
use
are
your...
about running.
I thought you were going to do your quick stab thing.
No, because shield I can do afterwards, and quick step's better if I'm only phasing one thing.
Sure.
But I know the second one's probably gonna come after me too.
Okay. Next up is Zach.
Right. Well, I'm going to move, action, dash, get thereabouts. What do my elf eyes see? Ah, excellent. I can't do anything about that. Yay. Bonus action, electricity.
Attuned to electricity, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. You do that. Ojuk.
I think if I move right up in front of the door, standard movement, I can see the kobold right next to Nitria.
Yep, you can.
So, I can try something new.
Ooh.
I'm gonna holy water sling the little bugger. Oh, wait.
I feel like necrotic holy water is very weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I can take a movement of my hunter's mark with my bonus action before I do that even. Be smart. I can be smart.
Sure. In theory, you still have the Siren Hunter's Mark, and I don't know how long Hunter's Mark lasts for.
I think it would have worn out over the walk. Especially, I would have got a range of it.
Yeah. It is 1 hour, so yeah. If it's 1 hour of walk it's taking you guys. So, yeah, you probably lost.
Nitria would have kept up our quarry mark though, so I actually didn't use a second quarry mark. Oh.
Who are you attacking? The one next to Nitria, right?
And I hit the wrong thing. Me. It was actually that. But that's wasted.
You were attacking who? The one next to Nitria?
The one next to Nitria.
Okay. Can you do an attack with holy water like that?
To put it in the sling, just like any other small flask.
Okay. If the
But I
target
think I missed.
if the target is a fiend or undead, okay. Thank that. Yeah, you miss him, unfortunately.
So, I'll try it again.
Mm-hmm.
She will work with me.
Against this same kobold here.
Yeah, it was a 10 to hit this time.
10 hits.
Yay!
So he takes... Oh boy. He takes 8 points of radiant damage, 9 points of bludgeoning damage, and 3 points of necrotic damage because he is not resistant to that.
Somehow.
And unlike 3rd edition, necrotic damage does not heal undead, so there you go. Those are your 2 attacks, bonus action, movement, so that's everything
Yeah,
Ojuk
that's
can
my
do.
turn.
Halser.
Okay, first I move. I'm gonna use my bonus action to enter rage, and then I do. Actually, I stay here. I dash 1 step back.
Okay. You
I
can
rage and then I cower.
you can have stopped over there and use bonus action to rage. You can use your action to ready actions. If you would like, you can ready an attack.
Well, yeah. Actually, no. I actually do a dash and take 2 steps back. That's it.
Okay.
Won't you lose your rage if something doesn't attack you in the next turn?
Or he does not suffer damage.
Yeah, it's to halve the damage in case I get physically attacked.
If nothing else is gonna do it, I'll punch him.
But fair enough. So that's your turn. Next up is Ravrov. This thing used to track initiatives with.
It does roll it with the modifier.
Yeah. Oh well. In any case, Ravrov, you're up.
Another bardic sent out, this time on Halster. I honestly have no idea what I would say, so just play like a small tune on the frickin' pipes. And then... I can actually see him, and I have line of sight, so...
Are you Eldritch blasting your way over there?
Trying to Eldritch Blast this guy, even though Ojuk is in the way.
Yeah. Ojuk is giving him cover, so his AC goes up by 2, which causes your attacks to miss. Otherwise, they would have hit.
So his AC is 15. Good to know.
Anything else? Movement, bonus action?
Well, I'd bonus action Bardic onto Halser.
Alright, Halser, you are bardically inspired.
And then I free action throw a pebble at Ojuk.
Sure. You kick up some dirt and pebbles up his way.
So, how Bardic Inspiration works?
Anytime you make an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can add a d6 to that. Only once.
Oh, nice.
One cast on me, would that have worn off by now?
Yeah, it lasts only 10
Yeah,
minutes.
it's been more than 10 minutes.
So now is the turn of the guy. As he comes around, this stone circle in front of him starts to shimmer and come into life. And what you see happening in front of your very eyes, Nitria, and yours too, Zach, not so closely, is a portal opening up. And then he is going to try and scamper off into the other side.
And unfortunately, I don't get to hit him.
Wait a minute, if he cast open a portal...
He didn't cast anything.
Oh.
Well, plus, Nitria used her reaction to shield because she thought more things were going to come and attack her, but Zach occupied the other one.
Before he moves out of the way. What can he do, even? He's got so many spells, the man. He is going to move through the portal, all his movement speed. Out of the way. And I suppose he's going to cast some spells, why wouldn't he? Yeah, he's going to Eldritch Blast his way to victory. I need to toggle his vision though. What?
Phaelix, yay.
It's not a Fae.
No, a Phaelok, a Fey Warlock.
It's not a Fae, but he is a Warlock. He's an Azimar. Or Azimir, however you pronounce it.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything for who he's pacted to, but
Yeah, he's going to Eldritch
except
Blast.
maybe
I'm assuming he is a Fey patron, basically.
Took me
maybe.
forever to find it. He's going to Eldritch Blast through the portal and try and hit you, Zach. 18.
Oh, the second one hits.
There's only one.
Oh, that's Revroth's. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 hits.
18 hits. You suffer 6 points of damage plus 5. Because I forgot to add his
Plus
charisma.
5. Okay.
I should just throw that in here real quick. I don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna bother with that. It's add 5 to his Eldritch Blast damages. And he is going to lose another one. He can't quite see you, need to have cover, so he's gonna shoot another one at Zach. Eldritch Blast on you, Zach. I believe it misses.
That misses.
And that's his turn. Yeah, that's his turn. Next up is this Zumble that is right next to you. Zach is going to attack you. Twice. Misses with a 13.
Misses.
Hits with an 18.
That hits with 18. Okay.
Sorry, close the
Another
portal.
5 damage.
And the other Zumbolds on the other side of the portal, they also enter combat now. As they see that there's something going on. So next round begins and Nitri is going first.
Debating if I should just zip through the portal. Can I see anything through the portal, or does it just look like a vague portal? Like, can I see that?
You can see everything.
Zombold that?
You can see perfectly fine through the portal.
Yeah, your angle might be weird, but I can definitely see through the portal.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hold. Oh, there's a lot of things in there. Okay, nature is not
Yes.
quite that stupid, but
Quite terrifying.
I was only able to see the one in the lower left. I was like, oh, is there just like another 2 in there?
Ooh. It's 8 of them in total. Good heavens.
Well, if she can still see the warlock, that's all that really matters. She's gonna try and katana / booming blade this undead thing next to her. I think that hits.
It does. It most certainly does.
And it needs to make a con save. And it takes an extra 6 pull. Oh wait, it doesn't have my Corey mark. So yeah, just 17 damage.
He does not make his con save. He has disadvantage on his next attack. Or all his attacks. All his attacks, right?
Yep. All of his attacks are next turn.
Okay.
And because mobile, I'm gonna scoot just out of his reach and kind of try and just taunt him kind of just by standing like right out of his reach.
The poor Zombold.
And actually, Ichiro will move. She'll move a little bit more. She just
Sure.
so she doesn't end up getting swarmed by zombie kobolds.
Okay. Next up is the Zombo that you just attacked. He is going to keep chasing after you.
That
I make 2
that
attacks.
is 2d8. It takes 8 damage, thunder damage.
Alright.
Some of that zombie resistance bullshit. And those attacks are at disadvantage.
17?
That hits.
Alright, that's 4 plus 3, that's 7 points of damage.
Wait, 4 plus 3? Or for me it's showing 7 plus 3.
The plus 3 is from the critical. The actual roll was 4 plus his strength.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, yeah, 7 points of damage, and then on the second attack, it's still a disadvantage. That's a 14.
That does not hit.
There you go. Next up is Zach.
Right. So I am going to claw at the wretch in front of me. That poor wretch. So
That hits.
okay. Second attack.
That hits.
And a third attack. My bonus action.
Okay, that also hits. Oh no, he's at 0 hit points. Can't save. He's still up. Wait, that was 11 damage plus 5. Yeah, he's still up. At 1 hit point.
Well, I step forward between those two.
Alright, now is all the Zombolds. This one is going to move. Oh,
Or there.
they move quite a lot, actually. Going to move over here, make 2 attacks against Nitria. Who's closest?
Yeah.
19.
Yeah.
9 points of damage. And 10 misses. Next up is that Zombold. He runs and then he dashes. All the way over to where Zach is. This Zombold here, he is... up. Oh no, what happened? He will move. This movement speed over there. Can't hit quite anyone. And he's going to move over here. That's the end of his turn. Next up is Ojuk. What are you doing?
Much as I'd like to be crazy and creative, I'm not going to at this moment. Just gonna move here and flail this guy a bunch of times. Yeah. I'm gonna go for flail.
On this guy that you're flanking, that does hit.
Yep.
And he's still up.
And my bonus action will be my War Priest's extra.
Whoa, hold on. Hold the heck on. I think you added a D8 into the wrong place, Leo. That attack of 33 seems wrong.
That says Simone. I wonder how that glitched. Look at that.
Did you select attack instead of damage?
Weird. In any case, that also hits on this Zombo. He makes a con save. Trying to beat a 17. He fails. He dies for real.
Oh, okay.
He dies his third death.
Gonna take him out of combat. So your last attack, if you still have movement, you can unleash it at another target if you would like. Leo?
Yeah, I guess I'll take that step forward to be right near Zach.
Okay. So that's where the third attack goes into. And that's your everything. Movement
Yeah.
and attacks. Alright. Next up is Halser.
So, I go for a charging attack.
Okay.
So I move and I attack the kobold under me.
Okay. Make an attack roll. That hits for 10 points of damage.
Second attack.
That also hits for another 13 points of damage.
And then I have the 2d6 of the charge.
Oh yeah, true. Go for it. 8 points of damage. And he makes a Constitution saving throw. Should die.
Strength saving throw of 15.
Constitution is to see if he dies.
Okay.
So that was the DC is 5 plus the damage. I imagine the damage
Which
was
is 21. So 21 plus 5 is... he's dead.
Yeah. He's super dead.
Smash.
He's double dead.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you just come in there and you just whack this kobold into death a second time.
That was pleasing. And that's it for my turn.
Okay, next up is the Zombold. He is going to move. His movement speed can't get anywhere. He's going to move further closer to you, Halser, and that's his turn. From whence he is.
I know I asked for a lot of kobolds at some point, but this is not what I meant.
Oh, never mind. This is Revrov's turn, actually. Go first in initiative.
Okay. I'm seeing lots of dice.
Dice.
You shouldn't be.
If you alt-tapped out of the window, when you tap back into it, it rolls all the dice it was queuing up.
Okay then. I was alt tab for a bit, so. Anyway. What I am doing is I don't see anything good, so I'm going to move as close to the door as I can get with my measly 30 speed.
You can move one step closer. There you go. No, that's 30 feet.
Okay. And just need to see. Okay, you're fine. Party members are hurting, but not hurting that badly.
Yeah,
So
just stay
I
healing. That's where
will-
we drop.
First beam on the nearly dead kobold.
Alright. Oh, that definitely hits. The zone bolt makes a con save. He makes it. Is it still
Okay.
alive?
Well, second one on nearly dead kobold.
Alright, he makes another con save. He
Yes.
failed on that very cocked tree. Yeah, he kaboofs as well.
The problem is I only have one spell slot left, so I want to save that, so I think I'm done.
Okay. So
Actually, let's toot a little chipper song over at Nitria. So that's the third bardic.
Nitria, you have a bardic inspiration. You can add a d6 to your things.
I feel so inspired.
Right? So now is the turn of the guy, and now that you're finally clumped together, he can... Yeah. Now that you're finally clumped together, he can go ahead and cast a spell. Oh, he is within range. How delicious.
I don't like the sound of that.
I just wanna figure out how I do this in the best way possibly. He is going to go
Be a
ahead.
little
That's not the right place. Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, it does that.
He's going to go ahead and cast Hunger of Hadar.
Ooh, Hunger of Hater.
Yeah, hey there. There you go. That's proper English.
It's okay. It hurts the kobolds too.
Not in the way it was cast, it doesn't.
But
Yeah, you can see the highlighted tiles. That's the ones the spell is affecting.
huh.
Can you see? Let me change the color of the filling so it's a little bit easier to see. How about that? That should show a little bit better. So yeah. This void is filled with a cacophony of soft whisper and slurping noises that can be heard up to 30 feet away. No light, magical, or otherwise can illuminate the area, and creatures fully within the area are blinded. The void creates a warp in the fabric of space, and the area is difficult terrain. Any creature that starts its turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that ends its turn in the area must succeed on a dex saving throw, or take 2d6 acid damage as milk, otherworldly tentacles rub against it. And
Gross.
he is concentrating on that spell.
If it wasn't for the damage, that spell sounds fun.
Sure. And that's his turn, as he also uses some of his movement to further himself away. Next up is this final zone bolt. That zone bolt over there is going to move 20 feet over here. Then it's not smart, it's gonna move into the spell area. When it does, it becomes blinded, so it's going to attack Nitria, whom he saw before because you can't see into the area because it's heavily obscured. So he's going to attack Nitria, but he has disadvantage. Misses.
Nope.
Misses.
Nope.
That's his turn. Next, Zombold. Remove all of his movement there, and then here. Actually, no, he's moving through his allies to get over here with a dash. And that's it for him. Next turn, Nitria, you're up. You see that the guy has cast some weird spell that has obscured the entire everywhere.
Well, Nitria cannot do jack shit about that right now because there's a bunch of fucking kobold bulk soldiers clogging the entryway. Nitria,
use your dash, go all the way around them.
That I would take opportunity attacks from like all of them.
You would.
Like all of them, and yeah, fuck. No, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
But being very cornered and having just been inspired by Rav's song, Nitria is going to start singing and switch her katana to holding in one hand.
Dun, dun, dun.
And she's going to start her blade song, which is going to give me a nice little boost to my AC. It's the main boon of that at this moment.
And you can move even faster.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not that that really matters a whole ton right now, but Nitria is going to try and swipe at the one above her with her katana. I need to roll this as a one-handed, though. Okay, I'll just roll the attack roll, and then I'll just roll the 1d8 manually. I think a 14 hits. And for the damage...
Sorry, which one were you attacking?
The one above me.
Okay.
And I am booming blading it too, but at first I'm rolling the damage, so it's a 7 plus 3 plus 1. So that's 11 damage.
From the booming blade?
No, booming blade has not been calculated yet. So that's 11 damage from the swipe itself and another 2 from the blade.
Okay.
And she is going to take advantage of the fact that the one above her one in the thing cannot see her, and she's going to scoot away, and neither of them get to attack her.
They are blinded, but they can make attacks of opportunity. They do so at disadvantage, though.
No, actually, rules. They have to be able to see who they are making an attack of opportunity against. That is a thing that has been used against me before, and I will wield it now.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, you have to be able to see. Attack of opportunity says when a creature you can see. So if you're blinded, you can't make attacks of opportunity.
Okay. I'll trust you.
Good to know.
We're too late into the game now to be looking up rules. So I forgot to do a dex for the kobold who was in the area of the thing. He suffers damage from milky voidy tentacles. I'll use the same damage just to keep things simple. And yeah. So you dash away, no attacks of opportunity. Anything else?
No, I believe that is it.
Okay, next up is Zach. At the beginning of your turn, you suffer damage.
Yes.
You suffer
So
6 points
roll
of
me the
damage.
Okay. 30 hit points. Oops. I killed myself.
Suddenly you're dead.
Try again. Okay. Now that I am in dim light or darkness, I will grab the sides of my cape and basically launch myself in that direction.
Which direction?
I'll basically this way. So I'll fly up and attempt to use momentum to fling me out of the darkness to the other side of the kobolds.
Okay.
Also, Doug, I sent you the thing if you want to just look at the exact wording.
Yeah, I just saw it. You are right. They cannot see, therefore they cannot opportunity attack.
Which is good for me because they couldn't see me when I flew up.
Nope.
This one could not.
The other ones wouldn't be able to see him because he was inside the darkness. You fucked yourself, Duggo.
I did. Hopefully the damage that you will suffer will pay off. Hopefully.
Well, that's me out of the area of the whatever. I stop being able to fly as darkness stops existing. And I do the claw.
Okay, go for it.
The one beneath me. Right. Roll.
Did you lose a quarry mark?
Just because I don't think there is a feasible way that Nitra could try to perceive them right now.
Okay.
And because I can't see them and I use my bonus action to Blade Song, I can't switch it.
From where you are, Zach, that will miss. That 9.
Roll.
That 10 will hit.
Okay, and then there's bonus damage, which my attempt at math is whatevering. So that's 10 damage, and
that hits for 10 points of damage.
With an additional 5 points of damage.
Gotcha. Anything else?
I move slightly to the side.
Okay, now is the Zombolts. This one that was just attacked by your attack. Booming bladed he was. He does not know that. He's going to chase after you, Nitria.
That is 2d8. So that's another 8 damage.
Not enough to kill him. He makes 2 attacks. Misses the first.
Miss.
Misses the second.
And miss.
Good. Next up is this other Zombold here. He does not even need to move. He's just gonna go ahead and attack you. From whence he is. 17 misses, I believe?
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, he totally misses then. He misses it all. And that's his turn. Ojuk, you suffer 6 points of damage.
Yep, knew that was gonna happen. Now, I knew there was a cobalt in front of me that I thought was friendly. There's some other things down around it, so I'm going to try to move up against where I feel cobalt. Try to move where I don't feel anything. I think I'd end up here. And I'd probably take... No, I couldn't be seen. Okay, so I'm here. Alright. Okay. still have a quarry mark kicking. I mean, a hunter's mark kicking around, but yeah,
on the other guy, yeah.
Well, I'll move it to the cobalt in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I re-imported the flail, so let's hope this works. This cobalt's injured and just hunter marked. Okay.
It is not.
It's not injured.
Nope.
Okay, so there's a flail.
Okay, he suffers 6, then 4 points of damage on the first attack. Then 6 on the second, plus hunters. Plus Colossus. So many
I have
damage.
to click more buttons that way, but at least it's not messing up.
So many damages. Anything else?
That's my turn.
Halser, you suffer 6 points of damage at the beginning of your turn.
Okay.
Cold damage, which cannot be reduced by your rage.
Yep. So I try to move out of the influenced zone by moving 1 step. Do I get an attack of opportunity from the Zobold?
No, you do
Nope.
not.
It is
Okay.
blind.
Perfect. And now I do... I'm gonna use my bonus action to re-enter Rage, but with Frenzy.
Okay, you use your bonus action to frenzy then.
Yep, I have to use also a second Rage. And then I do my attack, which is actually 2 attacks against the Zombold close to me.
Okay, go for it. That hits. Holy shit. 15 points of damage. He's still up.
Massive attack modifiers. Oof.
Oh.
Unfortunately, your second hit misses.
That was maximum damage.
Sad day.
Don't forget you guys have cards.
Actually,
But
I
that
am,
was natural going.
I am still inspired.
Inspiration cannot
That-
help you, and the only card that could help you now
Oh,
is
okay.
the Joker. Or the Ace.
Okay, never mind.
Alright. So that's your turn.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Next, Zombold. The one you just attacked is going to look back towards you, Halser, and is going to try and attack you. Because dog dang you. Attacking this poor
Except we have
tiny thing.
AC for days.
Yeah, he hits you
Oh,
though.
never mind.
For 6 halved to 3 points of damage.
That massive crit, though.
Oh, that hurt.
Guys, Hauser's down.
Right.
I feel like you're mocking
Mission
my
abort,
people.
retreat.
Revrov, you're up.
Okay.
You suffer 6 points of damage at the beginning of your turn, and you can't see shit.
Going to try to make my way.
This whole red
It
area
is difficult terrain.
is difficult terrain.
Yeah. Difficult terrain? Okay.
Yep. So you nope.
There were just people throwing their cupcake.
Yeah, if you dashed, you could maybe make it to an edge. Like, there, maybe.
Not really.
Well, let's see. 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. Shit, you'd just be able to make it right below.
Yeah, you can get all the way over to here, but you will still be in the area of the thing. But only for 1 turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Still
soak the
2
damage
more.
if I'm gonna have
Still
to
2
soak the
damage.
damage if I am
Oh, no.
going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Easy for Doug to say, you know, like, I just have 1 character with not much HP, and Doug's like, oh, well, I have a bunch of undying kobolds.
So, dexterity save.
At the end
Yep.
of your turn, you still have your turn. I don't believe you have done much. Either way-
I have dashed.
Oh, you have your bonus
so-
action, I mean. Don't you have Misty Step or something?
Yeah.
Although you can't really see where you're going.
Which is a requirement of Misty Step.
Okay, so yeah, I guess that's your turn. You did suffer 6 points of damage from starting your turn there. I don't believe you wrote that down.
Besides, I do not have Misty Step, so.
Okay.
But it was cold damage, so I think it's only 3.
Oh yeah, it was cold damage, the initial. And then you make a
Yep.
dex saving throw.
Against the tentacles.
Against
The acidy tentacles.
acidy tentacles. And you do suffer 12 points of damage, acid damage.
I've seen enough hentai to know what those do to armor.
Are you writing down?
That's 15.
There you go. Finally, your health went down.
That's 15 damage total. Exciting times.
Now is the turn of the guy. From whence he is, he's going to take a few steps over down here. So he gets a better look at who's there. And everyone's under cover. But he's going to try and attack you, Holzer. This can't very well see anyone else. So that's going to be 2 Eldritch Blasts against you, Holzer. The first hits with a 26. Holy shit. The second one misses.
Dear, the music stop.
Which is good.
So you suffer 5 points of force damage. That's his turn. Can't do much else. Now the zombodes. This one suffers 6 points of damage. Can't see much. He's gonna move out of there. Towards here, why not? He's going to attack you, Kobold. I mean Zach. Sorry. 9 points of damage to you, and then that misses.
Cool. This has been a surprisingly painful experience.
The next
Yeah, this
Zombode
is rather obnoxious.
is going to attack Ojuk, who just attacked him.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
So 17 versus your AC, Ojuk.
Which is 18 with shield.
Are you wearing your shield? I imagine you are, with your flail. Okay. So 17 misses, but 23 hits. You suffer 6 points of damage.
And the great thing about a sling is it's one-handed, so I believe I can use a shield with it too.
Don't think so. I don't know about that. But anyway, at the end of the
You
turn,
can, but you do have to drop your flail onto the ground.
at the end of the round, you do hear that the guy starts to chant something. And as it does, the portal starts to flicker a little bit. You imagine you don't have a whole lot of time before he fully closes it from afar.
Oh
Nitria.
gee, if only we could actually fucking do something about that.
Nitria.
5, 15, 20, 5, 30. God, she's going to take opportunity attacks from fucking everything if she tries to go through there.
Quite literally, yes.
Actually, quick question. Could I make an acrobatics check to try and jump myself over this little zombie kobold in front of me?
Sure. That would
Like,
be a decent
jump off
game.
its head. Okay, and I have advantage on this because Blade Song. This is +3. No, that's I just hold on. I have proficiency in acrobatics, so I get a plus something to it. There we go, +6. I get a +6 to it. There we go.
You definitely make it. With that natural 20.
D. Nitra jumps over them. I guess, and she still takes the opportunity attack from the one Biojuk if they even attack her.
Mm-hmm. You do.
Ow.
Does that hit?
Yep.
Okay.
23 most certainly hits.
6 points of damage.
And seeing in there, she can now see that there is no kobolds in there. Okay. So she will. This is hard to decide. Let's see. She already. She only used 10 feet of her movement, or 15. With the kobold, even if she acrobatics over them, was that still difficult terrain? Would we say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Moving through people is difficult terrain.
Okay. So 10, 5. Nitra is going to go out, but she's going to shield as she's going out. So she has 23 AC for a bit.
You can wait to see if they hit you before you shield your way.
Actually, you have to see if they. You have to do it in response to an attack.
In it. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll.
22. And a natural 1.
Yeah, so I'm going to shield for a 22, and that misses. And she's going to, so it's 10, 5, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. And she can actually dash action, I believe.
How much
I don't think
movement
she
did you have left?
I have 55 movement speed, so if I dash, I could get right up next to this person.
You currently have 55, right? You spent
Yep.
15, so you have 40. Yeah, that's right. There
Yeah.
you are.
So I'm going to. Actually, I may as well use my. That was my reaction, so I have a bonus action. I'll bonus action Quarry mark them.
Okay.
So they are remarked. And yeah, I'll use a dash action and get up in the grill.
Okay. You engage him.
Okay, so we'll see how this goes.
Fine.
On the other side. Also, I'm
Zach.
going to use that just so it uses my spell slot. Okay.
Okay. Things to do, things to do, things to do. Attack, I guess. Attack, attack, attack. Okay, 12 damage.
This one here?
The one directly in front of me, yes.
Alright. That hits for 10 points of damage. Arcane blah blah blah.
Okay, then another attack.
Also hits.
Bonus damage.
He gets to make a con saving throw.
Against 18.
He kapoofs.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick peek over there. See what's going on. I don't know what that distance is. I will use my bonus action attack to attack that other kobold.
That hits for how much damage?
9 plus for 10 damage, so
He
15.
also kapoofs.
Excellent. So that's 1 space. And I move to there.
Okay. By the way, as soon as the two of you, Nitra and Zack, cross this portal, you feel a coldness upon you all. And you notice a full change of scenery. And even though you're focused on combat, as you look up, you see that the sky is a bleak gray with no colors whatsoever. And this very fine ash is falling, almost as if it's snowing.
Yep.
And next up is Disumbled. Number 5 is going to take a step over here to attack Halster, why not?
Let's let make a job.
22 hits for 3 points of damage and an 11 misses.
Done.
Okay, next up is this other one. He's going to move down here and attack you, Juk.
He'd have to step through that. No, it's only if they stop on their turn, right?
Yeah, it's only if they start or end their turn in there. So nothing happens to him. It's 20 to hit. 20 to hit. So I believe both hit, so that's 11 points of damage total. And that's his turn. You're up, Ojuk. What are you doing?
Which one looks like it's in worse condition?
The one above you.
Okay, the one above me.
Mm-hmm.
Which I also have Hunter's Mark still. Good. He's already. He gets a flail. She's still fighting with me. Hunter's Mark. Colossus Slayer.
Okay, just a second. That's a whole lot of damage. Yeah, he also dies.
Okay, and then the guy next to me. Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to move that Hunter's Mark.
Mm-hmm. Now he is
And
the one.
he's already injured, or not?
No, he has not taken damage whatsoever in this fight.
Okay.
He's the luckiest Zombold unalive. Okay, 14 points of damage. Anything else?
That's my turn.
Halser.
So, well, I'm gonna start with my 2 attacks against the Zombold close to me.
Mm-hmm. He explodes.
Yes.
Yay!
Oh yeah,
What's
they
that,
can
at DC 26.
No, crits overcome the zombie.
Oh yeah, well that and literally 26 Constitution saves is possible for it.
Also, help me.
He's like,
How
"Shit,
many are
guy."
left actually?
Only the one Zombold over there, and then the guy over there who's summoning the whole thing.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna help Ojuk.
Okay.
I avoid the sphere and then I hit the kobold
Okay.
from the corner. So that's my second attack, and then I use my bonus action as an attack.
Okay.
Also Rick.
He dies as well. That's too much damage.
Join us.
Follow the others into the nether.
So that's your turn, Halser. Or...
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay, Ravrov.
I'll add the 6 damage when I'm done moving. or 3 damage.
Mhm.
But 5, 10, or sorry, 10, 20, 25, 30, 10, 20, 30.
Are you dashing?
Yes.
Okay.
And Nitri is already inspired. Zach is
Nice.
ouch.
You're also out of inspiration, so
I
Yeah.
have
You should have
one more.
I thought you were out. Anyway,
I have
Yes.
4. I've used 3.
removing an ouch with your level 3 warlock spell slot would be nice.
Yeah, I was about to say. You have an ouch. Let us do this on Zach.
Healing word. So that's your bonus action, and that's it for
Yep.
it. Okay. Wait. Why do you roll 3 d4s for healing word?
Because it's a
Because
third
he used a
level
warlock
healing.
spell slot.
Oh, that is right. I forgot about that. Man, warlocks are
And
so
I am
crazy.
out of spell slots until we take a short rest.
Okay, now is the guy, is his turn. He is going to go ahead and attack you, who is right in front of him, Nitria. What with? I don't know.
30. Not Eldritch Blast, I'll say that much.
That would go very poorly for them.
Yeah. Problem
It would
is,
hurt a lot for you.
problem is this Dogden guy here is a custom-made character, so I didn't bother to give him weapons, which I noticed now that has been a mistake. He's going to go
He has
ahead.
a staff. Just hit me with a staff. Bonk bonk.
Yeah, warlocks don't have the best melee spell options.
I was gonna say you made a warlock and put him against a party of people who like to get close range, except for the other warlock.
Yeah, right. Nah, he's going to try and do something weird. He's going to try and get out of there, get out of dodge by casting Hold Person on Nitria, because he does not know that you're a fucking Mage Slayer.
Okay.
So he
well, I have a
tries to-
bonus to that save.
Do you?
Yes, I do, because he's my Corey.
Oh yeah, that is right. Oh shit. So yeah, he casts Hold Person against you, Nitria.
I'm still not terribly good at it. Oh!
Never mind.
Yes, I am. Teacher just like shrugs it off and glares him down.
Oh yeah, actually, because he's upcasting it using one of his Warlock's slots, he can cast target more creatures. So he's also gonna target Rav and Zach with it.
The
It's okay, he
Sphere
has
of
to
Darkness
concentrate on
is gone as well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, make your attack to see if we even have to bother saving.
yeah, please.
She doesn't get, because she used her reaction on her turn for the shield.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, but you do save. Rav and Zach make a Wisdom saving throw. DC 17. You can just select your character token and click on that button there in chat.
It's okay. If you guys get stunned, Nitria's next, and she can really ouch him.
I'm stunned.
You are paralyzed.
Even worse.
Like I said, Nitria has 2. Actually, she'll be able to make him make 4 concentration checks.
Sure. So that's the end of
Oh,
that
wait.
turn.
Magic
No.
missile.
Because
I just realized I'm out of spell slots, but yeah.
Because he could not paralyze you, Nitria, he's not gonna move away, so he stays there. And now it's your turn. What are you doing?
gonna skirt around the back. And first, I'm gonna bonus action Arcane Disrupt him. So he has to make a con save to maintain concentration.
Oh yeah, I forgot
It's just a
about
flat con save.
that. Mm-hmm. He makes it.
Yep. And then she's going to attack him. She's going to Booming Blade just for that sweet bonus damage, but if she hits with this, he has disadvantage. Wait, can I use Inspiration after I make the roll, or do I have to do it before?
You can use after you see the roll.
Okay. So I will roll for that attack. I assume a 17 hits him, though.
It does.
And I do need to roll the damage separately because for some reason it's dumb.
It's alright.
No, I don't want to roll D10. I want D8. That's the entire point of this. $11. So he has to make the con save for the ability, and he also has to make a con save with disadvantage to maintain concentration.
Mm-hmm. Wow, he makes it.
Wow.
Wait, that booming
does he?
blade is part of the damage
Yeah.
as well. So that's 24 halved is 11. No, 12. He does not make it. He fails. You're no longer paralyzed, Zach. Anything else, Nitria? Or is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
She did good.
Zach, you're up next. Zach?
I'm going to move 30 feet, and then I'd like him to make a strength save, please.
Sure.
As I cast D'Artagnan's impromptu propulsion on him.
I guess.
He fails.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I will propel him 30 feet in any direction of my choice. I pick straight down.
Down.
Which means he... Yes. So basically, he has fallen 30 feet. Into the ground.
Oh, holy shit.
So he has instantaneously fallen 30 feet and takes 3d6 points of damage.
I rolled for you if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Just expediting things.
And he probably falls prone. Because he fell.
Oh yeah. If you take fall damage, you're prone. That's the rules.
I have really wanted to break someone's legs like this today. I kick him in the face. Anyway, that's my turn, yes.
That's your action. Ujuk!
Let's see. 15. So I'm going to move 20 feet up around Hulser here so I can see what's going on.
You see some of your party members injured, and you do see the guy fallen in the ground. Apparently not doing so well, but still alive.
I can't quite see where he is. I can see him.
He might just be in the darkness for you.
No, you should be able to see him. He's just a little bit farther away to the right. It's where we're pinging.
I just realized it's 15 more feet from right now.
Ujuk, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We're a little bit over time. Let's try and hustle a little bit.
Alright. Sorry. I'm gonna move here. Well, he seems that he's in the ground.
Yeah, he's prone.
Yeah.
Oh.
I
Alright,
basically
I'm just-
caused his legs to collapse under him as he
I'm gonna
smashed
drink
into the
a
ground.
potion as an action,
Inuyasha, sit.
and I'm gonna move my Hunter's Mark to him.
Okay,
That would be
Inuyasha,
turn.
break your legs.
so you hunters mark him and use your action to drink a potion. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, next up is Halser. Halser?
Okay, I'm gonna start by moving. Oh, damn it. So. And, well, I guess I have to dash to reach him. And then I do one attack with my bonus action.
Don't you need to attack first to do that?
Nope.
Oh,
That's only for things like
Okay,
unarmed strikes.
you have advantage because he's prone, so go for it.
Okay. How do you get? How do you have to
Shift
press
click.
for advantage?
Hold shift and click the roller.
Nice.
Okay, 20 hits. Dealing 8 points of damage. And that's it, I imagine.
And that's it. Yeah.
Okay, next up is Ravroff.
I'm gonna come over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I am going to do. Where are you?
Do we want to take this guy alive? Is that a good idea? Would any one of us take him alive?
Only if the portal closes do we need him alive.
Yeah, that was my thought.
Otherwise, I'd prefer him dead.
I'm sure we
Yeah.
can find a cleric in town to cast Speak with Dead on him.
I think we're in Shadowfell right now, so I have a hard time believing we'd just be able to find a handy dandy cleric.
I mean, I'm assuming that the portal doesn't close.
Are you
You
trying?
ignore those things because I can't get rid of them now.
It's okay. You have to shift to the other tool to change them. But imagine trying to do this, right? Only on him.
But I am going to Hexblades curse him,
Okay.
and then as my actual action, I'm going to hit him with the quarterstaff.
Bonk.
We have advantage. You never know, maybe a crit.
So close.
Right, you hit him on the head with a quarterstaff, and his hex blade cursed. What does that do?
I've been trying to find it in my thing.
A crit of 19. Which... That 25 was not. Does it do extra damage?
Plus 3 bonus damage on top of that.
Plus 3 damage?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
proficiency mod.
Alright. Okay. It's looking very bad. But he's still up. Is that it for your turn?
Bonus free action, kick some dirt on him, and then I'm done.
Oh, you boys love your free actions, don't you? So, finally, it comes to his turn, and he notices that you have killed all of his zombolds, and he's down on the dirt, and this is pretty much the end for him. noticing that he's essentially lost, he just looks at all of you with spite in his eyes, and he says, "Oh,
I curse thee."
you will never defeat what we are. The coat of Thanatos. Will you have your souls yet?" And he claps his fists together, finishing up the conjuration that closes the portal.
Does that not count as casting a spell?
Sure.
Because yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and, as he's doing that, make myself an attack, which I think hits, and I think that's actually, no, it's not the right damage, but it's 1d10 plus 3, 1d8 plus 3. And he's also my quarry, so it takes extra 3 damage, I think.
3 extra points of damage?
Yeah.
Okay. That brings him to 0.
Does that interrupt his?
Yeah, that was the goal there. Also, by the way, that Nitra wanted to non-lethal this dude.
Sure, you don't...
Specifically because she was worried about the portal.
You do not kill him then, you just knock him unconscious, but it does not interrupt the closing of the portal. It's... the portal closes, leaving all of you guys stranded into this weird foreign land.
Does this place look familiar to me?
As you look around, make an Arcana check, Ravarov.
With advantage, considering my patron?
Sure. Okay. It's unmistakable. You have never been here before, but you know exactly where you guys are. As you think through it, as the sirens go nuts, noticing that you guys have vanished, and they have been left behind. You know very well, Ravarov, and it takes you no time to alert your party to the fact that all of you are now stranded in the Shadowfell. And that is where we're gonna end today's episode.
Well, we were planning on coming here, just not now.
Not today.
Yeah, sucks a bit.
I take
More
it you
than a
can't
bit.
ask your patron to take the knowledge of how to open that portal out of his brain.
If the patron takes it, then he takes it, and we don't get it.
Yeah,
So
thought so.
I think the thing we're trying to force him to reopen the portal. We wake him up. But rest would be a good idea before then.
Oh boy, I can barely wait to see what sort of torture techniques you're gonna imply upon this poor man to get him to spill the beans. But
Anything and everything, Duggo. Anything and everything.
wow, look at you, evil party, go. Yeah, so
not evil. Rav will just take Nitra by the hand and walk outside while Oju does his business.
well, Ojuk does Ojuk things. But yeah, this is it for today, you guys. We went an hour overboard. I hope y'all don't mind, but we needed to resolve combat. But this is it for today. So thank you guys so very much for watching Conquerors of Nolyn and seeing how the story of how Team Red found themselves in the Shadowfell, mostly by accident and following Fae's. It certainly was a
Which
turn.
was unexpected.
But we get to see what happens next week as we go back into the Shadowfell with Team Red to see how this whole situation resolves. And if you want to know a little bit more about how the situation began to begin with, you should stop everything that you're doing with your life, no matter what it is. If you're a surgeon, stop that operation and go to YouTube to see replays of our previous episodes and go to the wiki to read about the characters and things that happened in previous episodes, but in text format, and hopefully you'll be able to catch up in time for the next game and then be back with the full knowledge of what these delicious folks here are gonna be doing next. And that is it for today. Hope you guys have an amazing week, and if you would like, you can also come back in 1 hour to watch Team Yellow go through their own little bit of shenaninery. And this is it for today. Goodbye, Twitch people. See you later.
You went very robo for that entire outro.
Oh shit.
At least you're on Discord.
On
I heard
Discord,
fine.
probably.
Yeah, I heard him fine too.
Oh, Discord, why do you do this to me? But anyway, goodbye, Twitch people.
Bye.
Bye.